Welcome to the Palo Alto Parks and Recreation Commission meeting on Tuesday, October 28th. I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with a roll call.
Commissioner Deng, Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Greenfield. Here. Chair Freeman.
Here.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Cribbs.
Here.
Commissioner Way, not here.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Way and Commissioner Brown, right? Both absent. Okay, cool. So now it's the opportunity for public comments for those who want to address the commission on a non-agenda items. If there are any members of the public who are in person or would like to address the commission in person, please fill out a speaker card and submit to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand and the clerk will acknowledge your presence.
We currently have one speaker for public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa V.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Lisa Van Duzen, and I'm delighted to be here to speak to you about something that I've been working on. And I'd like to start with a brief summary about an art exhibition that relates to open space, specifically the privately owned public open spaces that we have in our community of Palo Alto, 12 of them. And while they are not technically parks, they are open space. And I feel they are maybe siblings or at least cousins of our many wonderful parks in this community. So the project started as an art exhibition, which is going on now at Avenidas from 9 to 5 through the rest of this week. I hope you can come and see it. If I'm there, I'd love to walk you through. And it's called Public Benefit. It's a community and multidisciplinary art project that explores privately owned public open space environments in Palo Alto, playfully exploring intersections between public policy and individual agency, promoting civic engagement in the process. I'd like to read something very briefly about the exhibition and kind of why it's important to me, and then suggest a few ideas that we might explore together for ways to make these spaces, which are hidden in plain sight, known to people, not just with signs, but also with ways of letting people know about them and also activating them. They are real assets and very valuable real estate on a technical per inch basis, but also just the wonders of having this public space available. I also think there's some opportunities to work with owners and tenants to kind of, I would say, rebalance the use of the spaces, which might be a way to put it, in a collaborative way. So I'm going to just read this briefly. If the public does not exercise its power, the public risks losing it. Public Benefit is a mixed media installation that details a research investigation into public policy and private development in my own home community of Palo Alto. Using the language of public infrastructure and city zoning ordinances, the exhibition employs outdoor banners and video that unravel the tangled web of public and private space. Absurdity and humor join forces with tedium and hyperbole to expose how seemingly trivial slivers of Silicon Valley commercial real estate can evoke questions of civic trust, public responsibility, and power writ large. There's more. You can actually read that at the exhibition and on the website, paloaltopopos.org. But I'd like to also acknowledge that someone that is also here, when I'm calling her out, but it's in a really positive way. Winter Dellenbach did a tremendous amount of research a number of years ago, so I'm looking forward to getting access to that to add to this, but it's an example of how civic engagement, and you all are examples of that, is a relay, not a marathon. So thank you so much for what you do, and I look forward to you being involved in this reactivation. Thank you.
There are no additional public speakers.
Thank you, and thank you. We appreciate your taking the time to comment and make your voice heard, and also give us an update on sounds like a really excellent project to be focused on. So thank you. Are there any proposed, moving on, are there any, we'll move on to the first agenda item, which is the approval of the minutes. Are there any, I'd like to get a approval of the minutes for the October sorry, for September 23rd.
Agenda changes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, we'll move on to agenda changes and additions. I would like to swap item number 8 with item number 3. Actually, we have a very special item here that we'd like to move up to the head of the queue. So that is to move the item number 8 up to the next agenda item.
Chair, for clarification purposes, would you like the recognition item number 8, recognition for service for the commissioners, Cribbs and Greenfield, up to
Number 1.
number 1 after, before the city official reports?
Exactly. So, right.
Did you also, I heard swap
So I wanna
also
move-
with
Yeah, I
number
want to
3?
move the, we have the ad hoc committees and liaison updates, which is item number 3. Want to move that to the bottom of the queue.
I might request that item 8 be moved after item 2. To happen after the department report. My wife is going
Oh,
to come by.
okay. Why do we do that? It's item number 8 is the recognition of the service commissioners. So yeah, I'm good with that. Let's move that to, let's do the departmental reports first, and then we'll follow that with the item number 8, the recognition of service of commissioners.
And then for the record, Commissioner Dang just arrived.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed with department reports.
First, it's the approval of the September 23rd minutes.
Yes. We got to vote on the meeting minutes for September 23rd.
All right,
Yeah.
do we have a motion for the, and a second?
Do I have a second?
I would make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Deng,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Chair Freeman,
Yes,
Commissioner Cribbs.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
thank you. We'll move on to departmental report, item number 1 in this queue.
So good evening, commissioners. I will report that our council liaison, Julie Lithcott-Haynes, is running late. So if possible, we can just move right on to item number 2, departmental report. Eric, are you able to pull that up?
Give me 1 second.
So I'll start. My name's Sarah Robustelli. I'm the division manager for Open Space Parks and Golf. Good evening. While we're just waiting on those slides to come up, I'll start talking about some really exciting upcoming special events that we have. First and foremost is the tree lighting at Lytton Plaza. It's taking place Friday, December 5th from 5:30 to 7. We'd like to ask that you join us for this very special holiday holiday season for a merry and bright filled with lights and a holiday tree. We encourage you to bring the whole family to enjoy live entertainment, light refreshments, and holiday carols. For more information, you can visit the city's website. And then to the right of your screen, we wanted to let you know about an upcoming holiday toy drive. So we are in that season. This toy drive is, we are collecting unwrapped toys that are new, books, gift cards, and other gifts. The last day to donate will be December 14th. All donations will go to local youth, and donations are being collected at Mitchell Park Community Center, Lucy Stern Community Center, all of our 5 Palo Alto libraries, as well as all of our firehouses. So we're really looking forward to continuing that tradition. Next slide. Now we get to talk about some of the special events recaps that have taken place. This year was the 41st annual Moonlight Run and Walk. We want to thank our partners, Palo Alto Weekly. It was held October 3rd, and it brought hundreds of community members for one of Palo Alto's most beloved traditions. A total of 1,850 participants registered for the event, slightly lower than last year's turnout, which the race directors attribute to the later date and cooler weather leading up to the race. So the race organizers estimated that between 1,600 and 1,700 participants ultimately took part in the run and walk that evening. Approximately 55% were women and 45 men, and reflecting a really strong community. So next slide. This upcoming slide, it was our first ever Pet Palooza parade. This also happened earlier this month. We had 30 animals participate, 26 dogs and 4 cats, while pre-registration, a majority of those were walk-ups, and there was about 150 people who attended, and there were prizes given out for cutest, most talented, and best outfit. They look forward to adding on and continuing this tradition, and this took place on Cal Ave. So next slide. This past weekend, the Jacko Jaunt took place, and there was plenty of community spirit. The event featured both at-home and on-site pumpkin carving options, with 82 participants pre-registered to carve at home and 15 to carve on site, resulting in a total of 30 creatively carved pumpkins on display. While the numbers of entries were a little lower than previous years, the creative and craftsmanships were higher than ever, and it drew a path of 761 visitors, and 522 guests cast their vote for most creative, scariest, and cutest pumpkins. Overall, it was a really fun and festive event, and enjoyed by families and community members of all ages. Next slide. So the Coverly update, we will be bringing this item back to the Parks and Rec in November. A few items I just wanted to call out and highlight. We're currently finalizing the preferred concept and plan, and this will be coming back to your meeting in November on the 25th. The second of 4 community polls will be open from November 7th to the 17th. If you receive a call, email, or text, we encourage you to please take a moment to respond. And final presentation to the City Council and community is scheduled for December 15th. And you're welcome to visit the project page for more updates. Next slide. This evening, there is an item on the agenda for the turf study, and therefore we'll plan to go over this in more detail. I'd like to really just highlight that tonight there is a decision point for the Parks and Recreation, and you can see with the brackets on this, we're at the end, and we appreciate you kind of bearing with us through this process that we started in June. So we'll be talking more about that later. Next slide. All right, so just wanted to kind of refresh everyone's memory. The Palo Alto Tide Gate Structure Seismic Retrofit and Rehabilitation Project, which is a Valley Water project, has started. This project will provide improvements to the Palo Alto's flood basin tide gate structure to address structural vulnerabilities in the event of a major earthquake and to extend its service life. The project construction is scheduled, that already started, and it will go until the end of January for this segment. And then there's an additional plan for another construction phase the following year. To the right of your screen, you'll see Valley Water's public signage that is on site. And then to the left is a project description. This has been sent out via Nextdoor. We've also, our communications team has also been amplifying their messaging through all of our Uplift Local social media. And of course, staff can be contacted through Valley Water for project updates. And also one other reminder, this did go through the park improvement ordinance that was through the Parks and Recreation Commission. Next slide. The Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields Turf Replacement Project is currently underway. You'll see to the right of the screen the picture, the north side, the north and largest field has been completed in terms of installation. Currently, they're adding sand infill, and then they will also add cork infill for this field. And they're also working on the installation of on the smaller field. And then upcoming, we have PFAS testing, safety net replacement on the north field, new goals will be installed, and again, sand and cork install for the smaller field. And we're on track for completion in December. And then one more slide. And we want to thank our partners, our Public Works Department. They've recently completed a paving job here at our Baylands Golf Links maintenance yard. It was in much need of this replacement, and we're excited that the service road that is connected to this will be paved also in the next few weeks. So we'll continue to supply you updates. At this time, this concludes the departmental report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And it's always full of, your report's always full of great information, and updates are interesting to both the commission and the public. So thank you for that. And we really appreciate the effort that goes into putting these together every month and kind of giving us kind of a snapshot of what some of the things are that's coming into the future. Just one thing I'd like to mention. You mentioned that the run walk event, I think you said it started later than usual this year. And if so, how much of an advance notice that we give to the public so that people could kind of get set for that?
I know it's due to the full moon, so I think that is why, but that's why the date always changes. I'm not sure in terms of publicity, but I think in the scheme of things, we started the same time as we always do. There's typically a format, the 41st year, they kind of have it down to a science. I think it just happened, the race directors mentioned they just thought because of the cooling weather, they typically see a lot of uptick in registrations towards the end, right? People are non-committal until they see how their plans are shaking out. So I think that's the rationale why.
Okay, yeah, 16 to 1,700, I guess is not a bad number compared to, what was it last time, do you know?
I don't actually have that in front of
Okay.
me at the actual data numbers. I just have noted that it was a decrease
Okay.
from last year.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Cripps.
Well, about the Moonlight Run, I think that the publicity was great and was early on. I saw it all the time. I was watching for it. The T-shirt was beautiful. And sometimes stuff happens. And so I'm sure it will continue to be a great run in the future. So I think we shouldn't probably worry about that too much. I just wanted to thank you for the report and especially for all the pictures of the pets. That was really very well done. And then I have to ask my final question, and that is, what is the status of the first tee?
Oh, great
Thank you.
question. Thank you for that. So first tee is scheduled to come to Parks and Recreation Commission to hear it as a discussion next month. So November 25th. We are currently working on finalizing a draft agreement that will be presented in November.
Can I fill an absentee ballot for that one? Just kidding.
Commissioner Kleinhoff.
Thank you. Looks like we had some really great events, and I agree that the pets are really cute. More pictures next time. I have a few questions and comments. So if we can go back to the Valley Water slide. Thank you. So the Valley Water sign, does the city of Palo Alto approve signs by other groups, or they just get to put the signs as they wish?
We were shown the, are you referring to the orange sign?
No, I was more like the blue one, because it has the board of directors and all the Valley Water directors are listed there. And I don't see why that is something that we would necessarily support. Not that I have anything against any of them specifically, it's just that this is a sign in Palo Alto that lists a whole bunch of board of directors from Valley Water, and I would prefer not to have that there.
The sign on the right-hand side, the orange sign, are the are the signs that are out in the public for the closure. The one on the left is something that they have been distributing via their channels via Nextdoor.
So there's no sign like that?
Correct.
Good, okay, thank you. That clarifies that. My next comment is about the floodgate restoration, which I would just want to express like my disappointed that we're not able to have Palo Alto and Valley Water work together on this to fix the sluice gate, which now has been deferred to date unknown and more studies, while it was a mitigation requirement initially, and the art, because we always look for opportunities for placing art, and that bridge was kind of perfect for that. And now this project is moving forward, but the city's interests in the sluice gate and the art are not included. And it's been a long time, and it's disappointing. And I hope if you still have an opportunity to do something about art on that bridge, or something that really integrates what other agencies doing on city properties and what we are doing there. It just, I'm just expressing somewhat of a disappointment here. My last comment has to do with something that maybe the ranger can answer. I asked a few times to have like a nature corner. Do you have any nature news for us?
Well, wasn't prepared for one, but we can make up one. Give me a minute.
Maybe you can put some spiders or something for Halloween. I don't know.
I think we have quite a large agenda, and I know we want to stick to moving things along. I know there's a crawl, right, where we've just recently had tarantula crawl. I don't know if we've actually seen any currently up there, but that's seasonal.
Yeah, I'll send the video to Eric and he can put it up later. But yeah, tarantulas are migrating right now at foothills. 'Tis the season. We haven't seen as many the last 2 years as we've had in the past. But they are out there in the preserves. And so if you're up there in the evenings, you're most likely to see some. If you stay in one spot and kind of just watch and be quiet, and they may appear out of the ground.
Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Greenfield, Vice Chair. Greenfield.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Great to hear and see the progress at Mayfield. It's nice to see a green turf field there, as opposed to the gray that preceded it in the interim. The community, I can tell you, is definitely looking forward to these fields being opened. And is feeling the closure. But looking forward to a great experience once it reopened. A question regarding the tide gate closure. Could you explain why this is being closed over 2 years now, when the last time that they came to the commission, they talked about just closing for one season? So it seems like we're doubling the impact on the community and the closure.
Sure. I think I can come back and give a more detailed, but it has to just do with the project at a whole, and making sure the seasonality they're able to complete outside of the requirements of the regulations that they're adhering to for their permits. And so that's why the closure is being conducted in 2 sets. But I can get more information and come back to you with what's taking place on this second phase.
Thank you, because my understanding was that the closure period was going to be roughly what it is, but all the work was going to be able to be completed in one season, which is obviously desirable for the community from a recreation standpoint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just one last question on going back to Mayfield and the work that's being done on that. Will there, I assume you're working with the stakeholders on that, and they sort of know when the reopening is scheduled. Will there be, I guess, a ribbon cutting or some other announcement event for that?
Ribbon cutting, we typically don't do ribbon cuttings for replacements. That being said, I have heard feedback that the players and people who rent the fields are very eager to get back on the field. I have been working with our recreation counterparts, and they are starting to schedule for December.
Okay, so there'll be some type of announcement to the public knowing that
Yes, once we have, construction is always tricky. And so we just want to make sure that we under promise and over deliver.
sounds like a plan. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ding.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, great to see the progress on the Mayfield turf. Finally, I also want to give a big shout out to our staff, Lance, for organizing the first ever Pet Palooza parade. I was there from start to the end and saw so many excited participants, adorable pets, local small businesses, animal shelters, and the nonprofits communities all coming together. my own nonprofit was also proud to sponsor this event with prizes. So it was truly heartwarming to see how inclusive it was. I saw some young kids even join the parade with their stuffed animals, and that melted everyone's heart. I remember the event even drew attention of local high school journalists. They came out to do interviews and captured the spirit in action. Overall, I think it's a wonderful community event, good for the whole family and the furry friends, and it's such a boost for both our physical health and mental health. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, let's move on to our agenda item that we moved up to queue here, which is the recognition of service for Commissioner Cribbs. I'm sorry. Oh. Yes. You want to, yeah, let's, sorry. No, you were there. Sneaked up on me. Let's go ahead and do the council liaison report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry I was late. I
That's
was with Director O'Kane at a youth mental health forum being sponsored by our supervisor, Abby Koga, regarding Alcove youth mental health support in our city, which is under threat, as many things are, due to the funds that are being slashed by the federal government. I want to open, I've already opened, but now I will add my gratitude and to the PRC and staff in Community Services Department for your work. I love being your liaison from council, so thank you for having me and continue to learn so much from you. Brief updates from me on council. We've been dealing with a lot on housing lately. Just at recent meetings, we went over the latest with our San Antonio area plan, where we expect thousands of units of housing to exist one day. And of course, those new neighbors are going to need parks and open space and tree canopy, and figuring out how to create a neighborhood where there isn't one is going to be a challenge. And I know the PRC is going to have a lot to say when it comes to how to do it right. We got an update on our affordable housing development being planned for Lot T, which is the corner of Lytton and Kipling, being managed by Alta Housing. 3 different options we're looking at there, looking at probably going up 6 stories on that and paying attention to things like where the sunlight is coming in and but with as little impact on the neighbors on Kipling as possible. As you know, it's always a balance of competing priorities and interests and concerns. We also got an update on our downtown housing plan, which has been a bit upended by the new state law, SB 79, which is mandating fewer restrictions on parcels within a half mile of our train stations. So in the aggregate, a lot going on when it comes to housing. And a lot to work on. We also had a very important conversation about the impacts of RV dwellers on the businesses and residences outside of which they park. Also, we addressed simultaneously the needs and concerns of RV dwellers who need more services and who have stated to us, we just need a safe place to park. I'm delighted to be on the council's ad hoc that was just set up. It's going to continue to work on both the impacts and the services. My perspective is that this is about people fundamentally. This problem we speak of is fundamentally about human beings who are experiencing poverty. And in my view, that isn't a crime. It's something to work on, supporting them, but also taking the residents and business owners' needs into account, of course. Last but not least, Cubberley, which you know well, continues at a breathtaking pace. Right after the election, we're running our second poll to gauge the degree of renovation or rebuild that the public wants to see and the amount of funding the public is willing to contribute. And I will close by expressing gratitude once again, specifically on Cubberley, to the PRC, to the Cubberley ad hoc, to staff that have been working so hard on figuring out how to take this old gym and restore her to new luster. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Haynes. Appreciate that. So moving on to the next item, I lost count, 2, 3.
I know now, finally, the recognition.
Finally, the recognition of the service for Commissioner Cribbs and Vice Chair Greenfield. I want to open this item by just taking a few minutes to recognize these two commissioners whose terms are coming to an end. I think Commissioner Cribbs had close to 10 years and Vice Chair Greenfield close to 8 or 9, something like that, with a lot of extensions on the way. So even though as a commission, we meet just once a month, what most people don't see is all the work that happens in the in between, the ad hoc committee meetings, the community meetings, the liaison meetings, and so forth. And a lot of those follow-up calls and all the little things that keep our work moving forward. I think both of you have done what all with such dedication, thoughtfulness, and heart. And kind of from a personal perspective, I think Jeff, your steady perspective and ability to bring clarity to complex issues that come to the commission have really strengthened our discussions as a commission. You've always had a knack for grounding our conversations in what practical and what best serves the community. Commissioner Cribbs, your enthusiasm and commitment have been inspiring. I think one of the reasons I'm on this commission is because I think Commissioner Cribbs reached out to me, and here we are 4 years later. That's good. It's been fun. So you bring both energy and creativity to everything you take on. So looking forward to a lot of the initiatives that you've already started. Your passion for making our parks and programs better for everyone truly stands out. I also want to say that I personally appreciated both of you. In my 3 years on the commission, or I guess 3 years and 2 or 3 months, I've learned so much from working alongside both of you guys. So you're going to be missed, but we have your email and contact information. So I'm sure when we do public comments, you'll be in the forefront of that. So with that being said, I'm going to invite the public to, if there's anyone in the speaker cards, we'll go ahead and go to that before we come to the rest of the commission.
Sounds good. We have 3 public comments for this agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
So first up is Doria S.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Council Member. I want to thank you for letting me speak tonight. It's with great pleasure that I thank all of you for your dedication and work for the city. And I've had an opportunity to work with Commissioner Greenfield more closely on things over the years. And he's an outstanding leader on this commission and also on other issues in the city, and I have personally benefited very much, as I know many others have, from the opportunity to work with him and his wisdom and perspective and dedication on matters. So I really wish you all the best in your next moves, continuation on this Board of Commission or other things you're doing for the city. But a special call out to Commissioner Greenfield for his superior and outstanding dedication, with my fondest appreciation and with a sincere belief that the city will really miss your contributions. So thank you all very much.
Up next is Winter D.
Hi, Commissioners. I want to, Commissioner Cribbs, better known as Ann, thank you so much for your service. I've been delighted to get to know you better as you served here, and I appreciate your work. Commissioner Jeff Greenfield, otherwise known as Jeff. So this is what I think. I think the word extraordinary was invented for you, because of you. We wouldn't have it in our language otherwise. The way that your mind is organized, your ability to analyze deeply complex issues, the way that your mind is structured in a very linear manner, your ability to critically think about
the work of this commission, but also how this commission fits into the wider community, into the city, that you know city staff so well, that you know city council members well, that you are able to work with people effectively, and you have a very broad range of oversight or insightfulness about city issues. And it's incredibly rare, I think, that that happens. And you have those qualities, and we appreciate it. Your involvement with Cubberly, I always see you there. You're working. How is it laid out? Is it good for bikes? Can people navigate around this well? Your care for this community and how everybody all fits in here together is just amazing. Your work on Foothill Park. I came to here, to PRC, to a number of those hearings. A lot of people were here. Very difficult issue. And I really appreciated your input and leadership on that, and that you're an avid biker, as is your wife, Marilyn Keller, and daughter Elizabeth, who are here tonight. Marilyn was also a commissioner on a different commission. That you bring that bike expertise to e-bikes at the Baylands. Foothill Park, when it did open up, all of the difficulties that immediately occurred there, you were helpful with that. Anyway, I just appreciate all those things. I actually appreciate a lot more than that, but I only have so much time. So thank you so much. I wish we could put a ball and chain on your leg and just keep you in the seat. That's what I would like to do. So, but I forgot to bring the ball and chain, so I guess that won't work. Anyway, thank you so much.
Up next is Darren A.
Good evening. My name is Darren Anderson. I'm a retired City of Palo Alto employee, and I had the privilege of serving as staff liaison for this commission for a number of years. It was one of the highlights of my career, getting to work with the commission in large part due to the exceptional people who serve on it. And I'd like to take just a moment to acknowledge two outstanding commissioners whose terms are coming to an end, Jeff Greenfield and Ann Cribbs. You're truly amazing. I feel really fortunate to have worked with you. Your diverse and valuable skills, experiences that you've brought to the commission were invaluable. Too many to list, so I'm just going to highlight a few of my favorite things about you. The one is that you're both deeply dedicated and passionate about community service. You live it. You're the real deal. It's not just every fourth Tuesday of the month. It's the kind of thing that you embody, and it is truly inspiring. You genuinely care and want to take care of and foster our park and recreation system and our natural environment. It shows in your leadership and your stewardship. These special places and these special programs need advocates like you. We depend on it. So thank you so much for providing it. And lastly, I'll say my favorite things about you guys is that you both would roll up your sleeves and work side by side with staff. There was no limit to the number of hours you'd put in, as many as it took, late nights, phone calls and emails. We met so many times. And at the end of every conversation, it always ended the same way. Darren, tell us what we can do to help, always. And that's what you embody, is this assistance and help. And it was a real team working collectively for achieving these goals. I genuinely believe that you've strengthened the foundation of what makes Palo Alto such a special place, a city where open space and parks and recreation are not only valued, but recognized as a core element in what allows our citizens to thrive. It's really important. And as someone who knows firsthand the amount of dedication that's required for these roles, the amount of time and energy you've contributed, I just want to sincerely thank you for your service, for your passion, for everything you've done. You've left an indelible mark on this commission and the city itself. Thank you very much.
Up next via Zoom, we have Karen H.
Good evening, and it's indeed an honor to speak after Darren Anderson. I concur with everything he said, as well as the comments made by my dog and Winter and Doria. As we get more dense, both urban and spaces in nature are critically important. Cribbs and Greenfield, Ann and Jeff, Thank you for your work on dark skies, on bird-safe glass, on ensuring we have space for trees and for the protection of trees themselves, and for humans as well, to take a place for humans as well to take a break and breathe. Migration routes, habitat, climate adaptation to the land, these critical issues in both urban and open spaces are critical to our survival as well as our quality of life. To focus on Jeff Greenfield for the moment, I feel I must, due to his experience and commitment in particular to our natural open spaces. As a board member at Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, we tapped Jeff not once, but twice to serve on working groups. First, the La Honda Preserve, and next, the Hawthorns Preserve. That work involved trails, trail use and users, migration route protections and creation, habitat, both protection and restorations, minimizing land disruptions, viewscapes, access, and the dreaded but necessary parking that we have to add to provide this access. I want to thank you both for your service on this commission for the many years that you've been there. I wish you both well in the future, and I hope that you both stay involved. And Jeff, look forward to maybe your third service on a third preserve working group. Thank you all so very much.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you, and I want to thank all the speakers. I'll go ahead and turn it over to, let's start with the commission, but I'll let Commissioner Dane.
Yeah, I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to my fellow commissioners and Cripps and Jeff Greenfield. And you have been an incredible mentor and a role model to me. You were the one who first recruited me to join the Friends of Recreation and Wellness Center Board, and later encouraged me to apply for the PRC and sponsor me to join the Palo Alto Rotary Club. Your leadership, vision, and the passion for community service have truly inspired me and guided me throughout my civic engagement journey. Thank you, Anne, for your constant encouragement and for believing in me. Jeff, I still remember when you were my instructor during my grassroots soccer referee training. Long before we became colleagues on this commission, your deep knowledge, thoughtful insights, and generosity in sharing your wisdom have always left a lasting impression. I've learned so much from you as a new commissioner, both on and off the field. Well, you both have served the community with dedication, integrity, and heart, and you two will be deeply missed, but your legacy and example will continue to inspire all of us who follow. And I believe we will come across again in past and continue to collaborate in the community, maybe in new and meaningful ways. So thank you so much for your service and your friendship and your leadership.
Thank you. Commissioner Kleinhoff.
Thank you. I'll miss both of you. I don't know how to follow up on everybody. Everything that people said, I'll just embrace that and try to say something in addition. Anne is youthful in her approach to what people need in the community, with huge enthusiasm for the community, for recreation, for wellness, and for young people and old, everybody. And I really appreciate that. I learned a lot from you. Jeff has been my mentor on this commission. The things we've tackled and worked on together, none of them was easy, and they still aren't. It's those situations where we're trying to balance, but balance is a hard word because people speak for themselves, nature doesn't. So we're the voice for nature often, so how do you balance these things? And I think Jeff usually found it really creative, thoughtful, and with huge analysis and perspective to be able to figure out how do we do this best? How can we balance the wishes and needs of people with the natural environment that often we think it's okay, but we don't really have enough data to know. So I thank you for being able and for guiding me through some of those really difficult questions. How do we balance the bicycles and soccer and recreation, but also conservation and trees and birds and everything else? I really appreciate everything. I hope you don't disappear because I need you and your guidance moving forward. And thank you so much.
Okay, Commissioner Cribbs or Vice Chair Greenfield, any parting words?
Chair.
Commissioner,
Chair,
yeah, sorry.
Staff also has a few very short, I know Director O'Kane also would like to say something. While she's coming up to the podium, I just, very brief, want to thank you both. I've been with Palo Alto now for 2 years, and you've really embraced, I feel like, teaching me the ropes. You know, it's been such a joy and a pleasure to work with both of you on some of my favorite projects, skate park, aquatics, updates, your knowledge. It's wonderful. Jeff, your thoroughness also, you know, providing the insight on how meetings run here, giving me historical background. I just, hats off, thank you. And these are very heavy, but will help you out to your cars at the end of the meeting. So these are for you. And there's cards that were signed by staff too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Kristen O'Kane, the Director of Community Services. So I've worked with Commissioner Greenfield and Commissioner Cribbs for a number of years, and I really want to express my gratitude to both of you. Commissioner Greenfield, thank you for all your dedication to this community. You touch so many different topics, from nature preserves to bike access to athletics. You really have knowledge and expertise of so many areas, and I really appreciate that. You may be surprised to hear this, but I also do appreciate how much you've challenged me over the years. You're really good at getting me to think and getting others to think about decisions and processes and just how we get things done in Palo Alto and what the impacts will be to the community. So it may not have always shown, but I do express my gratitude for that very much and for all your contributions. And I expect that you'll probably still be around in some way or another contributing to Palo Alto. So I look forward to that. And Commissioner Cribbs, thank you so much for all of your dedication to Palo Alto. And I will say especially your commitment and passion for sports, youth sports, especially ensuring that girls have access to sports in the community. Something I'm also very passionate about, but not as remotely compared to you and the efforts that you've done. You really are an inspiration to me and to many other people. So I really appreciate everything that you've done. And I know that I will also be working with you in the future, and that your touch in Palo Alto is not going away. So thank you both so much. I appreciate you both.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Cribbs, you want to lead the way?
Well, first of all, thank you, everybody, for your thoughts and comments, and definitely a hard act to follow. It's been really fun and certainly an honor to serve on this commission most of the time. We actually call it, the Fun Commission when we introduce ourselves, like I'm on the Park and Recreation Commission, and it's the Fun Commission. As I said, I've loved most every moment. I've loved the friendships. I've loved the teamwork with the commissioners. I've loved working with the staff. And I'm really proud of what we accomplished together. 10 years is a long time. And I was thinking back over it and thinking about the things that I'm really proud of. And there's a big, long list, and I know we have a big, long meeting, so I will move on. But the 17 Park and Recreation Master Plan, a guide for the next 25 or 30 years. I think that we can all be really proud of the guide and understand that it needs to be flexible. The opening of Foothill Parks to everybody, or the Foothill Nature Preserve now, the progress that we've made on restrooms in the park, including one coming at the Magical Bridge, the growth of pickleball and its amazing welcoming community that we have in Palo Alto, the creation and discussion of the need for a community gym and the resulting nonprofit Friends of Recreation and Wellness Center, the new dog park at Pierce Park after I think, Darren, it was 20 years, and we opened that with a great ribbon cutting, and the renovations of the existing dog parks, and then the Enjoy catalog, our amazing catalog that chronicles every single program and every single open space, all the stuff that people can do in Palo Alto that again makes Palo Alto special. And even the work that we managed to get the Enjoy to put in advertisements for the Friends of the Park and the Friends of Recreation. And then finally, I'm really proud of the increased access to swimming lessons for children and adults, essential for safety, fitness, and for confidence, and how well our aquatics program is doing in the new direction. So that's really important to me. Looking ahead, there were a couple of things that I hope that you all continue to have discussions about, and I would like to at least share my thoughts about those. The playing fields, for sure, a big topic, balancing turf fields and grass fields for sustainability, safety, and year-round use. How do we make the most of what we have, and what's the best way to proceed in the future? If we move and choose to move to grass fields, remember that we have that 10.5 acres in the Baylands that came from the golf course. I think it's going to be really important to continue to support and partnerships like the First Tee, the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, the Friends of the Parks. And then I want to mention just the opportunities for shared facilities with the Palo Alto School District and with Stanford University. And then finally, and really, really most important for me, the restoration, rebuild of Cubberley. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a vibrant, connected community center for now and for future generations. It's so important, and it's Cubberley for everybody in Palo Alto. And yes, there have been some frustration, the somehow slow pace of progress reduced and limited by reduced resources and staff after COVID. And I think it's really important that we continue to understand and try to meet everybody's needs in Palo Alto, often in the spirit of compromise. I'm grateful, however, to the City Council to see the staff and resources restored to community services, and know that the future of Palo Alto Parks, Open Space, and Recreation is in very strong hands. So to the very dedicated staff and the new commissioners, enjoy the work, enjoy each other, keep Palo Alto active, connected, and full of fun. And thank you all very much for the opportunity to serve on this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Greenfield.
Thank you. First, I'll say a few words about my colleague, Commissioner Cribbs. It's been a great pleasure serving alongside of you. You are an incredible role model. Your story as an athlete and as a member of the Community Services Department working for the city, and your work within the community on a variety of things recreation oriented is very inspiring. I had Ann over for dinner one night so she could tell her story to my two daughters, and it was very inspiring for the whole family to hear. Have fond memories of that. The joy and the passion and the youthfulness you bring and it is wonderful to work alongside. And I know we're going to get a gym and wellness center put up one of these days, and there should be a corner in it named with your name on it for all the effort that you've done pushing for this. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working alongside of you. To all the comments, it's been a truly great honor and privilege serving on the Parks and Recreation Commission for these past years. I'm very humbled and frankly blown away and almost perhaps troubled by some of the comments and that have come out. But I thank you. I know I've really enjoyed. I really love serving on the commission. It really encompasses my personal interests very well, from getting out and hiking to living a part of my life on the soccer field to biking around town to our community urban canopy and our gardens and to the stewardship of our environmental open spaces. It's been a great honor and a lot of fun. Ann already mentioned we're known as the Fun Commission. She stole that thunder. There's definitely been, it has been mostly fun. There's definitely been times we've had to buckle in, and we have. Thank you to the community for your support. This commission's work and is not possible without the valued and insightful input from our community. We're here to serve you, advising city council and working alongside staff, but we're here for the community, and your input is what drives us and keeps us going. So thank you so much. It's been an incredible experience working with the talented staff that it makes our city function, learning so much from them, learning so much from the passionate and dedicated people that we have serving our community. I've worked with a number of different advisors to the commission, starting with Rob DeGoose in his waning years, and Kristen and Darren for a great many years, and Steve and Sarah and Ben's coming on board. I've learned so much from you in so many different ways. Things that I didn't learn, so many things I didn't even know that were there to learn. But it's been a great. It's a great experience. I appreciate Kristen's comments about being pushed sometimes, and generally the process of working with staff is a great collaboration. But sometimes we have differences in opinions, and they're valid, and we learn from each other, and I certainly have, and I appreciate that. To my fellow commissioners and to the incoming commissioners as well, thank you for your collaboration, for your patience, for your sense of humor, for your friendship, and for your passion and dedication. You're going to keep things going. I promise not to be a stranger. It's not meant as a threat, but I pop in from time to time, and I'm always around for a phone call. The community thrives and gains so much from this commission. The breadth and the reach of the commission is broad and deep, and there's so much of what our community loves about Palo Alto is part of what this commission touches. So thank you. I'm honored and touched again, and privileged to have had the opportunity to work with so many of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And on behalf of the entire commission, I want to thank you again for your time, your dedication, and spirit of cooperation you both have brought to our work. You've made a real difference, not just in what we've accomplished, but in how we've done it together. So you guys will always be part of the commission's story, and we wish you both all the best in what comes next. And we know there's something on the horizon. We'll just keep our eyes open for it.
Thank you. Sorry, I'd be remiss. I need to thank my family for their patience in enduring me and my service on the commission as well, and their support, which has absolutely been there, but it hasn't always been easy. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, did you have something? So, okay. Thank you. Great. Okay, we'll now move on to the next item, which is item number 4, I believe. Review and provide feedback on the Foothills Nature Preserve Improvements Project Scope Reduction. It'll be a staff presentation. Thank you.
My apologies, the plant's not going to work well on my bike this evening.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good evening. I'd like to introduce Mega Bonstel, who is our Public Works senior engineer. I apologize. And she will be presenting this evening. We also have a team here. We have an associate engineer, Chelsea Laxa, as well as supervising ranger, Michael Warner.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Council Member. My name is Megha Bansal. I am Senior Engineer in Public Works Department. And as Sarah mentioned, today I'm joined by Chelsea Laxa, Project Engineer in Public Works Department, and Mike Warner, Supervising Ranger with the Community Services Department. Next slide. So before we get into the presentation this evening, I would like to note that staff had presented a draft improvement plan for Foothills Nature Preserve to the Commission in August 2023, which included infrastructure, safety, and access improvements throughout the preserve. The improvements proposed were in response to the significant increase in the number of visitors after the preserve was open to the general public. More recently, the City Council discussed the need for the originally proposed improvements during the fiscal year 2026 budget amendment process, mentioning the current reduced visitation in the preserve than when the preserve was originally opened for the general public. Council referred the project to the Parks and Recreation Commission for potential reduction in scope and directed staff to return with funding adjustments as part of the fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget review. So staff is here this evening to present to you the proposed reduced scope and to seek your feedback on the proposed improvements. As you can see on this slide, we will be reviewing some background information, the 2023 concept improvement plan, and staff's proposed reduced scope concept improvement plan. We will also be highlighting the items that have been reduced or removed from the 2023 improvement plan. We will be providing you some cost estimate information as well as project timeline and next steps. Next slide, please. So as we all know, Foothills Nature Preserve was open to the general public in December 2020, which resulted in an increase in the number of visitors to the preserve. For reference, the visitation increased from historic average of 175,000 visitors per year in 2020 to more than 220,000 visitors per year in 2024. Some of the immediate impacts of the increased visitation were visitors walking off trail into sensitive areas because of not having adequate signage or dedicated pedestrian pathways. There were safety concerns due to increased number of vehicles and pedestrians all sharing the narrow preserved roads. Staff also observed confusion around one-way roads due to lack of signage and unmarked parking areas, as well as some speeding and traffic violations. So it was evident that some safety or access improvements were required within the preserve. So between 2021 and 2023, staff met with some stakeholders group, Parks and Rec Commission Open Space Liaisons Group to identify proposed or potential improvements for the preserve. And in August 2023, staff presented a draft improvement plan to the Parks and Rec Commission. Next slide. So on this slide, it shows the plan that was presented to the commission in 2023. I will not go over all the details here, but I would like to highlight key improvements that were proposed at that time. So as you can see in the big map or the plan in the center, it shows the designated pedestrian pathways from the preserve entrance to Boronda Lake, to all the way to Interpretive Center, as well as to the Vista Hill. And the pathway widths were assumed at that time to be between 5 to 6 feet. There was also, if you can see the top right small map, there was a trail proposed that was connecting the overflow parking to the main parking lot at Boronda Lake, cutting through the sensitive areas. There was a new asphalt parking lot proposed across Boronda Lake. Also, there were new split rail fencing, bus parking at Vista Hill, bike parking, and some other traffic control features such as crosswalks or speed humps and stop signs proposed as part of the 2023 plan. The commission was supportive of the proposed plan and provided some feedback. Next slide. So staff proceeded with a consultant contract for design services in April of 2024. Earlier this year, we received minor ARB conditional approval for the proposed plan. Staff also refined the plan with the current field condition and rangers input. And then in June of this year, staff met with the PRC Open Space Liaisons to present our proposed refined concept plan that was built on the 2023 improvement plan. The feedback received from the liaisons were to reduce pathway widths, preserving trees, and making some improvements in parking. As I mentioned, the City Council in September referred the project to the Parks and Rec Commission for potential scope reduction during the fiscal year 2026 budget amendment. So per council direction, staff prioritized and reduced the scope to safety and access improvements around Boronda Lake, Preserve entrance, and Vista Hill, which are generally the higher use or higher traffic areas. And then staff met with Parks and Rec Open Space Liaisons again earlier this month to obtain their feedback on the reduced scope. The liaisons provided their support for the reduced scope with some input, including removing access asphalt at Vista Hill, as well as removing or revisiting new asphalt parking lot across Boronda Lake. So next slide. So this slide lists all of the components of the reduced scope, which include creating designated pedestrian pathways along preserved roads from entrance to Boronda Lake and Vista Hill, adding some curb or utilizing existing boulders as safety barrier between the new pedestrian pathways and the park roads. Also adding some traffic control features as listed on this slide, reconfiguring and removing some existing parking to streamline the traffic flow, as well as adding some benches at Vista Hill Viewpoint. Next slide. So this slide just shows the map of the proposed improvements with all the components that we just visited in the previous slide. In the subsequent slides, I will go over each of these components. So this is just to present to you that all the components are shown on one map. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So designated pedestrian pathways, as we received feedback from the liaisons to reduce the pathway widths from 5 to 6 feet that was originally proposed. We have reduced the pathway width to 3 to 4 feet wide. As you can see, the pathways are only limited to, the new pedestrian pathways are only limited to entrance, to Boronda Lake, and to Vista Hill. And wherever there is a crossing, there is a crosswalk provided, as shown by these orange rectangular boxes on this map. So next slide. So this slide shows that basically the pathways, the designated pedestrian pathways will be constructed of quarry fines material, which is a mix of sand and silt material, like a byproduct of quarrying operation. The same material has been used at Arastradero Preserve, and it has performed well. As you can see in the top picture here, from Arastradero Preserve. Also, the existing boulders in the preserve will be used as safety barrier where feasible. New asphalt curb with gaps will only be added where the boulders are not feasible. This proposed reduced scope does not propose any tree removals. Wherever there is a conflict with a tree, the pathway will have a gap or the pathway will be around the trees. Next slide. So traffic control features, if we can follow the legend on this slide, so there will be speed humps which are shown by green hashed boxes all along the park preserve roads. So including the entrance, it goes through the Boronda Lake Dam, all the way to the interpretive center. You can see there are a total of 7 speed humps. Those will be helping with with slowing down the traffic. These are the potential locations based on staff's experience with people speeding in these areas. Also, there will be crosswalks, so the pedestrians can cross the park road safely, or wherever the existing trails or the new pathways meet the preserve road. There is a tiger teeth spikes that would be installed at Vista Hill at the one-way road to enforce one-way traffic. Other than that, there will be some directional striping or signage at Vista Hill and stop signs at Vista Hill and Boronda Lake. So in the subsequent slides, I will be showing some examples of each of these traffic control features. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so this is a photo showing the existing condition and the crosswalk. So an existing trail connects to the preserve road. And on the other side, there is a new pedestrian pathway. So crosswalks will be added where pedestrian pathways meets the road or for increased safety. Next slide. This is an example of speed humps that will be added to slow down traffic and prevent speeding. Next slide. As I mentioned, tiger teeth spikes will be installed at Vista Hill. This slide shows the location where the one-way road is and the do not enter sign that you see. This is the place where we will be installing tiger teeth spikes. In fact, there has been some hazards at this location, so it's very important to enforce one-way traffic. Next slide. We will also be adding turnaround zone at Boronda Lake so people can safely turn around in this area. So there will be two parking spaces in the existing Boronda Lake main parking lot will be used for hashed turnaround parking, or so people can turn. Next slide. As you can see on this slide, there will be some stop signs added where appropriate at the Y connection at Boronda Lake and at Vista Hill. Some directional signage for one-way traffic will be added at Vista Hill. Also, we will be adding 2 new benches, as can be seen by the black rectangle at the Vista Hill viewpoint. There will not be any benches removed as part of this project. We are just adding 2 new benches. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there will be some parking improvements. And again, the parking improvements will be limited to the entrance, Boronda Lake area, and Vista Hill areas. Based on input we received from the liaisons, we are not proposing any new hardscape parking lot across Boronda Lake, so that will be the natural space. And in terms of parking improvements, if you see on this slide, the white boxes that show the existing gravel parallel parking, those are the only parking spots that will be removed. And then all other areas, we will be just reconfiguring parking, which means if there is no parking stripes, we will be just adding striping. We are not, again, adding any new hardscape. So the improvements that you see around Boronda Lake will be just restriping or refreshing striping or adding striping. Same thing goes for the for Vista Hill, because there are currently no striping at Vista Hill. So in summary, currently there are 375 parking spaces at the preserve, which includes 292 unreserved parking and 83 reserved parking spaces. With the proposed improvements, which are only in these 3 areas, which you are seeing on your screen, we will be removing 25 unreserved parking and mainly just streamlining parking spaces. Although we are removing parking, we are also streamlining, we are delineating parking, so it is improving the parking situation in the preserve. It is making the traffic flow more smooth, as well as streamlining the parking and improving visitors' experience. Next slide. So this is a slide showing some example. This is at Vista Hill, where you can see the existing parking doesn't have any parking striping, so we will be adding parking stripes. And we will also be, you can see in the leftmost picture, there is a circle shown, which is some excess unnecessary asphalt surfacing that we will be removing as part of parking reconfiguration at Vista Hill. Next slide. So this slide shows the 9 parallel parking stalls within the gravel area that will be removed. And you can see in the picture on the left, which shows vehicles entering and exiting the preserve, as well as the vehicles parked on the gravel area. It creates very tight and hazard situation. So we will be improving situations like these to accommodate new pathways and to provide safer and efficient space. Next slide. So this slide just summarizes the items that we have reduced and removed from the original 2023 scope. So the items that are reduced are pedestrian pathway widths. As I mentioned, the 2023 proposal included 5 to 6 feet wide pathways, and we have now reduced the pathway widths to 3 and 4 feet. As much as possible, existing boulders will be used for safety barrier, or existing asphalt curbs will be used. New asphalt curb will be added only the areas which do not have any boulders, or the boulders are not feasible. Items that are removed from the 2023 scope are pedestrian pathways from Boronda Lake Dam to all the way to Interpretive Center, a trail that was connecting overflow parking to Boronda Lake through sensitive habitat has been eliminated. Bus parking at Vista Hill has been removed. New asphalt parking lot across Boronda Lake has been removed. And then items such as bike racks at various areas and split rail fencing have already been addressed by staff. Next slide. So this slide just presents to you preliminary cost estimate. So the reduced scope would cost the conceptual construction cost estimate for reduced scope is approximately $300,000, which is approximately 30 to 35% less than the 2023 draft improvement plan. I would like to note that these numbers are very, very preliminary. We have not begun our design yet, so these numbers will be refined during project design. Next slide. Project timeline and next steps. So today we are here to receive your feedback on the reduced scope, and after your input, we would be proceeding with design, and we are anticipating completing construction documents by winter of this year. We would return to Parks and Rec for recommendation for park improvement ordinance in sometimes winter of this year, and then we will see council adoption of the PIO in spring 2026. Bidding and contract award is anticipated in spring or summer of next year, and then construction by fall of next year. Next slide. I think. So this concludes staff presentation. And with that, I turn it over to the commission for questions and comments.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I want to start by acknowledging the thoughtful work that staff and open space liaisons have done to refine this project. And it's clear that the intent is to balance visitor safety, environmental protection, and physical responsibility while preserving the natural character of our Foothill Nature Preserve. So the liaisons on that?
Clarifying question.
Yeah, clarifying question.
Thank you. I have a couple clarifying questions. Can you clarify reserved versus unreserved parking, please?
So unreserved is just open general parking. Reserved falls under would be either Oak Grove, which sets aside about 53 spots that are counted differently. The campground at Toll Camp is 20, And then we have 6 ADA spots and I believe 6 or 7 10-minute zones. So they all add up roughly in that total. And then what I think we haven't mentioned also is also giving back some of the 10-minute zones, at least during the weekday at the front entrance, since they are underutilized during that time to offset some of the parking that we're losing by the front entrance.
Great, thank you. And so the 20 spots at Tool Camp are included in the count of parking spaces in the preserve?
They're counted as the reserve spot. So right now we have 292 unreserved. That's the general number that we go off of for daily operations. Toll Camp and Oak Grove picnic area are considered differently.
Yeah, and Oak Grove's a little, when there's nothing going on in Oak Grove, those are unreserved spots.
Yeah, so it's generally to meet council's directive of no more than 600 people. Over the 25 years we've collected statistics, we figure out there's about 2.3 people per car. So figuring that out, we usually go with about 250 as our daily limit. We haven't hit that daily limit since Easter of 2021. So.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I wasn't aware that the campground spots were counted, but that probably hasn't changed since we changed the parking anyway, so.
Yeah, I was basing off of Ranger Kathleen Jones' initial assessment back in 2018.
Thank you. And I had another question and I'm looking for it, so I'll let someone else speak if they like to.
Commissioner Kleinhoff, have a clarifying question? Okay. I do have one. Yeah, so on the, you mentioned that the 3 to 4 foot Get Sweet quarry fines. Could you explain how those pathways will safely accommodate families or other small groups? That was the 3 to 4 feet wide quarry fine lines, I think it is.
3 to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Can you please repeat your question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how that's going to accommodate, families or small groups. I mean, space seems kind of small. Is it?
Yeah, so 3 to 4 feet, there is Bayland's guideline for trails, which is 3 to 5 feet. Based on the input that we received from the liaisons, we have very tight areas in some of these, and we would not like to remove any trees. So we are planning for 3 to 4 feet, and I think if there is a smaller group, they can go, behind each other.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Yeah, so that is the thought there.
Okay. Commissioner Kleinhoff.
Thank you. Really, it's so much better over the iterations that I've seen. So really appreciate all the work everyone here has done to move forward on this. I want to go through some of the reduced scope and the removed scope, and then I just want to potentially add something small, hopefully. So about the reduced scope, the pedestrian path, reducing it from 6 feet to 3 and 4 feet. That was something that an input that we provided, the liaisons, and we actually walked that entire area to see how that would work. And a wider trail in many places would actually require a lot of earthwork, and it's almost impossible. So this was a trail that this is a trail that would be safe. People can follow each other like they do on trails in general, and they don't have to walk all in one big front. So I think that the compromise here is good. Existing boulders to be used, that's great. And where you can't, then, because like the terrain is not flat, you can't do the same thing everywhere. So appreciate that, sometimes you have to put a curb there. About the removed scope, the pedestrian pathway from Broanda Lake to the interpretive center, I'm good with that. That is something that the road is pretty visible, and there's also trails if people really wanted to take a trail, not right next to the road, but there are some. The trail connecting the overflow parking to Boronda Lake, that really went through sensitive habitat and it was probably removed because otherwise you'll have to do an AIR, which is very expensive, very lengthy and quite difficult. And also, why should we put a trail in sensitive habitat in the first place, right? The bus parking at Vista Hill, most of the buses that stay a long time can park in the shaded area towards the end of the road. And this area is very sunny, so most likely if buses did park there, they would be idling for the air conditioning and so on. So that was a good thing to remove. Thank you.
Let me, you have to clarify. We'll come back to the commission on.
Oh, it's not a question. If you
Okay.
wanted to go through two questions, and this is just like going through these and.
Okay. Let me go to public for public comments. We have the.
There are currently no public comments.
Okay, we'll take it back to the commission.
Okay, so I'll continue then. The new asphalt parking lot across Boronda Lake, we didn't want it to be asphalt. We didn't necessarily say you have to eliminate it, but we didn't want the visual when people coming into the park to have that asphalt black surface. And so that was something that, you know, I'm okay with removing it, but I'm also okay with keeping it if you use materials that are not as visually difficult when you come into the park. And glad that the bike racks and were addressed and the split rail fence. The one thing so far that I'm missing, and I may have more comments later, is that there was some discussion of planting trees along the road, along the meadow, like maybe Valley Oaks or something. No?
I would say that's probably more an operations side, not related to the improvement plan. But staff is looking at it and we'll follow up when we have more on that.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now. I'll wait for other people.
Commissioner Dean? Okay, Commissioner, Vice Chair, do you have a question? Or comments? Yeah, more of the liaison.
Thank you. Appreciate the efforts of staff on this, and it's been a generally good collaboration working with the liaisons, Commissioner Kleinhaus and myself. We've got some good feedback going back and forth. A few other things that beyond what Shani mentioned, I'll try to touch on. The crosswalks and the speed humps are definitely great additions, increasing safety, removing the excess asphalt up at Lookout at Vista Hill is great. And obviously, certainly preserving all the trees. The slide that you had with showing the quarry fines that'll be used on the trails, that's very helpful. Thank you. Just adding a little bit more regarding the width of the trails. It's not these aren't heavily trafficked area, heavily used trails. It's kind of like a single track trail. There is room. It's also possible to expand into the road. People are walking in the roads now. The purpose of the trail is to to provide a safe avenue outside the road. But there is a good feel for it. As Commissioner Kleinhaus mentioned, we walked it and we felt confident about this. I am concerned about the reduction in the parking spaces without looking at visitation data at the same time. This is something that hadn't been discussed with the liaisons. As Commissioner Kleinhaus mentioned, we were very much opposed to an asphalt parking lot, adding asphalt in the preserve. But I personally feel that the parking that's directly across from Boronda Lake is important for the community. We're losing 15 or just under 20 spaces along the lake. The overflow parking lot that you're talking about is a bit of a hike up the hill. I envision this as being fairly unpopular with the community, and I'm very much in favor of looking at having the hardscape parking lot in the area across from Baranda Lake. I would encourage, as I mentioned before, investigating the use of plastic reflectors embedded into the hardscape to demarc the parking spaces, so it's efficient parking as opposed to a free for all. Do appreciate the general cleanup that's being done of the parking areas to make them more efficient, but I don't feel like the community is going to think that losing these spaces, a net loss of spaces next to the lake, is going to be an efficiency. I think these are probably the most popular parking spaces in the preserve today, and I think it's a bit of a leap to just take these away. So I would be very much in favor of looking at maintaining these spots with hardscape, but not paved with asphalt. As far as, and I'm curious, how much of a cost reduction is or how much of a cost reduction or expense are we talking about to add the hardscape parking area? Be very interested to know that. I'm also, as I mentioned before, I know that there was a trail planned to go between Baranda Lake and Orchard Glen. We're not talking about a trail going along the dam front on the kind of the switchback, the half switchback, that steep part that's going in front of the dam. We're just talking about the part from the Baranda Lake Trail, which dumps out it bisects the road, the lower part of the road from Baranda Lake to Orchard Glen, where the Wood Rat Trail starts up. And I know personally, I hike that area frequently. If I'm doing the Los Trancos Loop and I want to extend it by going up a couple to Chimies, Coyote, and Panorama Trails, will be looping back down on Panorama Trail, and I'll cross. There is a trail that goes from the top of the lake that hits that midpoint, but I think it's really important to consider adding that as a paved path for overall connectivity. Question is, all the split rail fencing already installed that you want? So we're done with that?
So majority of what we feel is necessary to reduce the impact to the environment is installed. So what you can see right now at the Y intersection as you come into Foothills, staff is monitoring it right now. If we need to add additional, we'll add additional, but we're not seeing a huge demand for what we saw after the park first opened, with folks wanting to go cross country, wanting to just cut between areas of the park. It seems like folks have figured out the flow generally of the preserve and are being respectful of that. So I think
Awesome.
We're coming at it with a more metered response than I think what was originally proposed, which I think originally proposed a fence all the way from Vista Hill to the Y intersection, which would have been over 1,000 feet of fencing. So I'm glad I'm as glad as you are that that's not necessary right now.
Put fence where we need it, and
Yeah.
let's not put fence in where we don't need it. Absolutely. Thank you. Can you clarify, please, where the new benches will go at Vista Hill? It wasn't quite clear from the presentation, or I wasn't catching it.
Let me see which slide number. Slide number is it? No.
It's actually on your slide on the top left at Vista Hill.
Yes.
The
Okay,
two
I see.
boxes
Okay.
there that are just beyond the pink line.
Got it. Thank you. is there room for another bench in the kind of the prime time viewing spot where we have the two benches already? Those are quite popular, and if we could fit one in there, that would be quite popular as well.
Yeah, I think we can add another in that area, or close enough to that area.
Right, thank you. The discussion of planting Valley Oaks along the roadside on the creek side of the road in Las Trampas Meadow, roughly from the on either side of the interpretive center all the way to the end of the road at the picnic area at the end. I'd really, this is something we've talked about for a while, and we talk about it, and we talk about it, and we talk about it, and I'd really love to see it less of an operations decision and more of an official plan. I think it's something that will really add incredible value to the preserve over time. Start out by staggering them and put trees in, figure out how the spacing on trees and put them in every other spot for now, and go and backfill and plant with the other half later or something. But I want to go on record for pushing for this to be part of the plan, and I hope this will be embraced by staff and shared with City Council. Yeah. And then one last question. With the addition of the speed humps, will we be removing the flashing speed warning sign, which we had been told would be removed, but seems to still be there?
So there's no plan currently to remove the sign. It's still in position, and it has been effective of reducing people from speeding coming down into the main part of the park by Orchard Glen. We still do get complaints, obviously. It would be evaluated if the speed humps are effective in reducing speed enough, then yeah, I would consider it. I'm personally not a fan of sign pollution, but sometimes signs are necessary to get the point across and avoid serious issues like a car versus a person. So the best I can say towards that is we'll evaluate as we progress with this, as everything. And if we need to adjust it, we will.
Because this was something that's been discussed with the commission. It was brought up by Commissioner Kleinhaus, I believe. We were surprised to see it, and it just showed up, and we were told that it was going to go away, and it didn't.
Okay.
So what I'm getting at is, as we're looking at where the speed humps are going, can we add an additional speed hump as necessary to increase the likelihood of that flashing sign going away, because it doesn't.
Yes, and as we looked at it in the field, it's very low impact. It's only operational during the daytime when there's actually people in the park. Does not come on with wildlife or affect wildlife. My intent as supervisor is to avoid a car striking a pedestrian or a child. And so I'm going to take necessary steps to avoid that interaction and protect the people that are visiting the park and the wildlife.
I appreciate that. And I hadn't even considered the wildlife, but that's great. Thanks for all the great effort from staff on this, and look forward to seeing this move forward.
Chair, just about the speed bumps, can you say again how many there are going to be throughout the park? For the preserve?
So currently, and again, these are just potential locations, but we are proposing 7 speed humps throughout the park preserve.
And then can you pull up the picture of the crosswalk again, please?
Yes.
Okay, well, it doesn't look so bad this time, but when I first saw it, it was like, oh my gosh, this looks like we're in urban space. Is there any way to make it still be safe and make it not so big or white? I guess that's not possible, but.
So we will be using city standard design, and maybe it is looking a little more dramatic in this photo, but I think we will be just using the city standard for the crosswalk.
Probably true. Thank you.
Commissioner Thane.
Thanks to our Public Works staff and the park ranger for this thorough and a clear presentation. I just have two questions. One is on the last slide. The construction is supposed to begin in fall 2026. Do we have an estimated time frame for the whole construction to complete?
So we are anticipating 3 to 4 months of construction.
So hopefully by the end of 2026,
Yes,
everything will be done.
that's what we hope so. Yes.
Sounds good. My next question is, so I saw that the scope is for the kind of first half of the Foothill Park, and it's not toward the end, like the Oak Grove picnic area, right? Is there any chance in the future we will expand the safety project to the inner part?
So the reduced scope that you saw today, it is in response to council direction. I believe if council and commission desire, we can include a phase 2 of this project at a later time. I don't know, Sarah, if you have any thoughts on this.
I would also just add, Commissioner Dang, if that is something that we're seeking feedback tonight. So if it's something that you feel strongly about, now is the time, and that can be incorporated within any of the comments. The intent is to go back at mid-year and incorporate that into the mid-year budget for any reductions for this project. So depending on what we hear this evening, then it's dependent on how much scope reduction will occur.
Yeah, I don't have a concern right now. I'm just curious in the future, because I did not join the commission when they had this budget plan and the council suggestion. So I was trying to understand why and if there is any future projects to improve safety and improve access.
This is currently the only project that's on the books for Foothills Nature Preserve in terms of safety for capital plan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Claus.
Thank you. So a few more things come to mind. One is if the budget is limited and scope needs to be reduced, if I have to prioritize which ones of the things that you discussed, I would like to see happen more than others. The removal of asphalt on Vista Hill to me is really important. There is vast amount of unnecessary asphalt on top of a hill in a nature preserve. Some places it's like 50 feet of asphalt where you could have 10. And so, and large expanses. And I know there's some safety issues too with people coming in and kind of doing eights and whatever. So at least that's what I heard from the rangers. So I think that removing the asphalt in a nature preserve is really important. Regarding additional parking, there are two, I understand that people like to park near the lake, but I'm okay with not having it or yes, having it. But in any case, I would really like to see the removal of asphalt as a higher priority than adding asphalt or hardscape. And in terms of adding trails, kind of the same thing. We need to remove the amount of asphalt before we add. And so to me, it's the same thing. And if there is no urgent safety issue, then maybe we don't need to do it. So I'm okay with removing some of the components or elements that were like from the lake down to the valley. When I walk there, I walk on the road. I know it's supposedly not safe, but the road is there's no obstruction to visibility. And people, especially after there'll be some speed bumps, they'll see people there. And there is always, you can always step off the road if you need to, if there's a car coming. It's not a huge amount of traffic and a huge amount of people on that road, and it's very, very visible. So to me, that was okay. Regarding signs, there are a lot of signs, new signs on Vista Hill, I think 7 or 8 new signs. Are all these stop signs and directional signs needed, or can you put arrows on the road or something?
So the signs that are shown on that graphic are preliminary. We can decide to go with directional striping signage in certain areas where the other signs, the physical signs, are not needed.
Okay, so that brings me to the next question of aesthetic impact of signs, including that sign that is there now, the electronic sign, but also what the signs will look like and the parking, and the crossing roads. I think there are some national parks that have different standards than city standards, and other parks. I don't know enough about it, but I'm sure you can find some less aesthetically, like some in other cities or other parks. Maybe we can find good models for that. And I'm not going to say don't put the crossroad, but maybe there's a way to make it a little prettier. So, and the last thing is, maybe this will be enough, maybe it will prove that we need more and then come back. But maybe this is plenty and we don't need to do more. So I would say the minimum at this point, I see that as that the effort and what you brought back to us, to me, looks good.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I kind of go back to parking and access, I guess, is that, are there any considerations, the fact that we're removing 25, I think you said, parking spaces, ensuring that accessible parking for visitors with mobility challenges, especially we're set around the lake, which appears to be the most highly desirable area to visit, and removing the parking with people who are mobility challenged. How is that being addressed?
So that is something that more recently than this plan we've discussed is the need for ADA parking at the lake. There's currently none, even as is. Even with the roadside parallel parking, none of that is accessible per se. It's wouldn't meet the standards. Ultimately, what we're trying to accomplish with the removal of the vehicles along the roadside, that section, is one, both the scenic corridor as you come into Foothills. Actually, I think there's a slide further in the slide deck that shows that. The picture on the right. So this becomes more common on the weekends at the Foothills. Saying that there's 25 spots that we'd be removing, that's if everybody parked perfectly, which is not the case along that segment. As you can see with this area, they're leaning out into the roadway, narrowing the roadway on that curve. The same goes for the other side of where we have what we call the T dock, the main dock at Foothills. So by trying to straighten this out, we're improving the scenic value, but also improving the safety and the visibility around the lake. We do have a lot of little kids. We have a lot of wildlife that transits between the lake and the hillside above it, especially in the evenings. Really, I think it's going to be, as we go, is see if we do have a lot of people who we have a lot of kickback as far as if they want to park next to the lake or if they're okay with walking. It's about 100 meters between the overflow lot back down to the lake. And as Chelsea and Mega had pointed out, there will be a pathway leading them along the road edge, basically around the corner, back to the lake for folks parking in the overflow lot.
So you're saying that is an area, that is something that's being addressed, or?
Yeah, so the overflow lot currently as it is, there's about 32 or 33 spots, 32. They are very underutilized. And that was the initial intent of that area, was to be an overflow lot for the lake. So we are currently not exceeding the design specifications for that area of the park as it was laid out originally back in 1965. So it's more about trying to get people to park in spaces that were already designated, and basically try to address those issues and also improve the experience for people coming into the park.
Commissioner Greenfield, next year.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarifications. So did I hear you say correctly that the two parallel spots at the lake would not be suitable for ADA? The two spots that are remaining?
They would have to be striped appropriately, and they're not currently. And there's no, I'm trying to think of the proper term for it, but no access pad, basically a pad where they could, like if they had to unload a wheelchair and then a pathway leading away. So that needs to be addressed. And none of them are signed currently as ADA. I think those are just signed as 10 minutes, or not 10, excuse me, not 10-minute parallel parking zones, but they used to be 10-minute for boat launching. But I think that went away when the park opened to the public.
It's been a while, yeah. I just noticed the turnaround zone at the area across from the lake. That's great to get something in there.
Yeah, I remember our discussion on that. So
that's good. It seems like that would be a desirable spot for an ADA spot.
Yeah,
location for an ADA spot as well. So getting back to Commissioner Deng's questions about the pathway extension to Oak Grove. Thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for clarifying staff that you'd like our input on that. My understanding, and I'm absolutely in favor of maintaining this phased approach. A phase 2 plan would be to keep the pathway extension essentially from where the pathway ends to all the way down to Oak Grove. And part of the plan also was to adjust some of the parking around Orchard Glen in order to have a pathway along the parking area. So I'm absolutely in favor of keeping that in scope, and would like to include the trees along the road in Las Trampas Meadows as part of the phase 2 plan as well.
Yeah, as I said, the trees aren't within the original scope of the plan, but like I said, we're working on it operations. I can have a follow-up with you by the next commission meeting.
And you know, I bring this up every time we talk, but
yeah,
maybe we'll talk less often moving forward, maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're gonna be, well, I'll have an update for you.
As far as the crosswalks, and I heard Mega say that they're following the city standards. As some other commissioners have alluded, are there other standards that's a little bit alarming since this is an open space preserve? Are there other standards that would apply more to an open space preserve than to city streets that would be appropriate here? For example, what does Midpen do?
Yeah, I'm not aware of other standards, but we can evaluate that during design phase. And we take note of your comment that we should look into some other standards.
Safety
in the open space.
Thank you. Safety is certainly the number one priority, but aesthetics are more important in the open space preserve than on city streets. And the same goes for the signage. If there are other standards we can be looking at, I find all of the new signs a little bit jarring. That's partly because I don't need the signs and know where I'm going, but could be a little much. Thank you.
One last question.
Yes, Commissioner Kleinhoff.
So do we find a lot of newts that get, or other little critters that get killed by cars?
I don't have an exact number on it, but depending on the time of the year, there are definitely amphibians that do get struck by cars, animals that get struck by cars. I know right now is the deer rut, and we've had several near misses. Luckily, no cars versus deer. But as you know, as this is a nature preserve, our priority is towards both the safety of the people and the safety of the wildlife. So that's why we've thought about making these traffic calming and speed reduction improvements.
So Midpen is working on potential designs for Newt crossings for their Alma Bridge Road area. And some of those are pilot experiments and stuff, but if there are road projects, maybe some of that can be incorporated into, like if you have a speed hump, maybe you can put a Newt crossing in the middle of it, like a pipe or something. I don't know if that will be effective. I don't know if we need to direct the newts to it. But if you have areas that you know that we have a lot of little critters get run over, maybe part of this project can include providing some sort of crossing. And like I said, you can ask Midpen. I know they're working on some of those designs, and they have some that may work for us. So hopefully can reduce the number of critters that, I know it's only part of the year, but newts only migrate during a very short, like a few months of the year, not all the time.
Generally the next coming 3 to 4 months, and it's during rain season or active rainstorms.
So if you monitor where you see the roadkill, then hopefully can be addressed.
Yeah, that's news.
As part of the project, because there's going to be stuff done on the road anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's news to us about that design, or that pilot program. So that's something we can evaluate.
They might even be willing to help. Maybe they want to try it in our on our park first before they install it on their property. I don't know.
Commissioner Chair, our staff is just looking for a little bit more clarification on removal of the asphalt parking lot around the lake or versus gravel. We've heard a little bit of some comments, but if the group could be a little bit more clear on, we've removed it from the reduced scope, the potential, because we heard that asphalt, that was at least the open space liaison group was not in favor of that. Would you still be interested in going back with a more gravel parking area, or what does the rest of the commission think? We'd like some clarity there.
Does that reduce the cost, or does that add to the cost, I guess?
So adding a new asphalt parking or any other parking surfacing will add to the cost. That's not included in the current estimated construction cost.
And you said that the number that you gave was sort of could go up or go down. You didn't really give
yeah, we will refine that number. That's
okay.
Yeah. And I want to note that the parking spaces across Poronda Lake that we originally were planning were about 12 or 14 spaces, so not that many. If we are removing it, and as Mike mentioned, that we are connecting the overflow parking via the new designated pedestrian pathway to the lake. So our thought process was that while we are removing this new asphalt parking lot, visitors will be able to use the pathway to go across the lake.
I thought my understanding was that while that parking area across from Poronda Lake was in scope of the plan, that the parking was net neutral in terms of no loss or no gain of parking spaces. Did I understand that? Misunderstand that?
Yeah, so I think if you look at slide number 15, this slide in front of you, basically we are removing approximately 14 parking spaces, parallel gravel parking spaces along Boronda Lake, and we were adding about 12 to 14 with the new parking lot across Boronda Lake. So that was the original thought, but because we received input from the liaisons that you did not like the asphalt parking lot there or wanted to maintain the natural appeal of the preserve, so we removed it. And our thought process was that people will still be able to access Boronda Lake from the overflow parking lot via the new designated pedestrian pathway.
Got it. Thank you. That helps. So what the plan was proposing was there would be no net loss of parking spaces at the lake, essentially.
Correct.
They'd be moved to a different location.
Well, I mean, but that kind of brings up the concern about accessibility and ADA, right? I mean, so if we have now two parallel asphalt parking spaces, could those be turned into ADA or not? In your slide.
Yeah, they could be modified. It just depends on how the final plan is worked out in 100% design.
Okay.
I thought you said when I asked the question that it would be, you'd have to account for extra space for wheelchairs.
You do. Currently, there's nothing there. It's just a pull out and then you step off and there's like a good 18-inch drop down to the lawn. So it wouldn't meet current ADA standards. It would have to be modified, but it's something that could be looked at and worked into the future plan as a
phase 2 or something.
Yeah, or not the phase 2, but just the final design for this, because this is very much the preliminary, like here it is, and then the actual construction drawings are going to come along.
If a person in a wheelchair gets there and gets dropped off, the trails are dirt.
Mm-hmm.
They're not really, you'll need to add a lot of pavement and a lot of area to accommodate. And I don't really know.
Well, but I'm not saying that everyone that's ADA or challenged is in a wheelchair, so.
I understand. I just don't, like, okay, you get there with the wheelchair, you have a place where you can come off your vehicle, and then what? You can only be on the road. I mean, it's really a nature preserve, and it's built with trails that are accommodating certain type of, so unless you wanted to completely change the park, and that would probably be expensive, I'm not sure where you'd go with that. I mean, I'm fine with looking into it. I just don't know where it will end up.
So per code, generally we have to provide, like any new construction like this, it's like, hey, we have to provide for that access, so they at least have access to the facility. From there, there's other devices out there, like other powered mobility devices. We have 12 acres of recreational turf within Foothills. Those are great areas to use that. Basically, we're not going to modify all the trails within Foothills to be accessible because they're historic at this point. They were built in 1965 to the standard that they are, and the standards approved, the maintenance guidelines approved by both this commission and council. But basically, we have to be able to present like, hey, there is an access point for you to access the preserve and park and safely get out of your vehicle. And then from there, it's up to you.
So is the best way is to provide it by the park or by the interpretive center, or like, what do you think?
So we currently do have ADA parking both at the interpretive center and then at the front entrance and at Vista Hill and Orchard Glen. Currently, there is none at the lake, and that's because the parking at the lake hasn't been modified in the 55 years that the park's been around.
I would think it's important to add at least one ADA spot at the lake, whether it's in a parallel spot next to the lake or across from the lake in the pull-in parking. But getting back to the question the staff's asking, so I've already expressed how I'm in favor of moving forward and considering parking area across from the lake, which would result in no net loss of parking at Baranda Lake. It would not be asphalt, it would be hardscape. And staff's looking for input from the rest of the commission on their thoughts on this.
I'm all in favor of that as well. Trying to keep it as close to nature as possible is I think the overall goal here.
And I'll repeat my previous comment, which is that you're having a balancing act here. So it depends, if you do this, what else is going to happen? And so I would continue to argue that we need to remove that huge expanse of asphalt. It doesn't belong in a nature preserve. So if we can do both, okay. But yeah, that's my comment. I would rather focus on the asphalt than on additional parking.
Yeah, I'm in favor of removing the asphalt.
Well, I think for staff, what does that entail? Is that a increased cost by X-fold, or you really don't know until you go out and sort of determine what that might be?
Well, the removal of the asphalt is currently before you with in the scope of the reduced scope. I think we're just looking, Commissioner Dang, Cribbs, if you have further comments regarding additional parking, adding back, basically, we've reduced the scope to, and we're just looking for further clarification around the lake if we need to put back in or reconsider going back and adding those 12 to 14 spots. I'm hearing basically 3 commissioners for gravel, not asphalt.
Yes, that is correct.
They're asking for your input.
My input is, for Commissioner Cribbs.
Mine is as well.
Same here.
Okay.
Thank you. I think staff has what we need on this item.
And thank you. And we'll move on to the next item. Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Before we move on to the turf study. Okay. We'll move on to item number 4, or the 5, I lost track. The
Number 5.
turf, yeah, okay, turf study discussion, El Camino Park synthetic turf replacement.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and fellow council members, or fellow commissioners and council member. My name is Sarah Robustelli. I'm the Division Manager for Open Space Parks and Golf and the manager of the turf study. I would like to also introduce Anthony Stevenson from Lloyd Consulting Group, who I will be presenting with this evening. Anthony, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. I'm Anthony Stevenson. I'm a civil engineer and a principal with Lloyd Consulting Group. We're a sports design firm involved in planning and design of sports facilities around the United States. I know I met most of you about a month ago during the last meeting, and so you probably know a little bit about me. And so, but just to remind us all, the study that we put together, we put together a team to do this. It was a team of consultants, academics, and researchers. We came from Europe, North America. We had one member from Australia. Some folks are local to the Bay Area, but all the way as far away as the East Coast. Very diverse group of folks. They've done work for FIFA, NFL, MLB. We work on a wide range of collegiate, school district, municipality projects, just like yourself. So back to you, Sarah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Anthony. 3 things prior to getting into the presentation tonight. Before you this evening, this is an updated draft of the turf study, which we have officially titled Study and Assessment of Turf Systems for the City of Palo Alto's Playing Fields. I also want to note that staff does plan to make minor changes to this document prior to sending it to City Council for consideration. And then this evening, city staff, we are really seeking your input, and this is a decision point for the Parks and Recreation and recommendation for El Camino Park that will be forward to City Council for their consideration. So let's jump into the slide. Some of these are going to look very familiar. I'm going to do a bit of a refresher because this is a big decision this evening. So to refresh your memories, the City of Palo Alto's Community Service Department manages natural as well as synthetic athletic fields citywide. There are currently 4 synthetic fields at 3 locations. We have 1 at El Camino Park. We have 2 at Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields, also known as Mayfield, and we have 1 at Coverly. The synthetic field at El Camino is currently at its end of life and requires replacement. The CIP to replace El Camino Park synthetics turf was included in the fiscal year 24 adopted capital budget. However, the Finance Committee on May 2024 recommended that City Council direct additional study to be conducted prior to so they could make an informed decision on this field and project. The study was then born, and it is focusing on environmental, health, safety, cost impacts, as well as synthetic and natural, and this was incorporated into the fiscal year 25 budget. The replacement for El Camino Park synthetic turf was placed on hold pending the study's findings. Replacement for the Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields, also known as Mayfield, is currently underway, which you received an update in your departmental report this morning, or this earlier today. The phased approach is helping maintain field availability while the study progresses. And Cubberley is set for a replacement in 2028. So City Council directed staff to pause the El Camino turf replacement and redirect that project's funding for this turf study. So if we go to the next slide, just reiterating the study's objective is to evaluate turf for athletic fields, focus on environmental health considerations, costs, usability, playability. And then this Santa Clara County released a public health report January of this year, and the scope of work was adjusted to incorporate the county's findings on environmental and health impacts. And really, we are focused here tonight and the study overall on El Camino Park. So a combination of staff and the consultant's expertise provides a balanced approach of local knowledge and comprehensive analysis and best practices. The goal is really to provide City Council with the necessary data needed to make informed decisions about future field installations and renovations. This report really covers a bunch of different now called sections rather than chapters. There's general acknowledgements, executive summary, introduction and background, community and user feedback, data collection and analysis, turf overview, products, playability, life cycle costs, health hazards, environmental impacts, city park inventory, case study focused on El Camino Park. There's a glossary terms, references, and a bunch of appendix that really get into the details on some of our public comments that we'll be reviewing later in the slides. So if you advance to the next slide, this should look very familiar. This is the overall schedule of the study. The project was initially launched in June of this year. All of the check marks are items that have been completed, and the ones that are starred are items where the Parks and Recreation Commission has been included. So after the launch of the project in July, there was a focus group with the Parks and Rec Commission playing fields ad hoc with user groups in addition to the Sierra Club. And in August, the draft report was released. We'll also add once that draft report was released, we incorporated community engagement comments period until September 3rd on the draft report. We initially came to this commission for that agenda item in August. However, we had another very late meeting and the item was deferred to September. So at last month's meeting, the draft plan or the draft turf study was presented. We collected all of your feedback, and today here we are at your meeting with an updated draft. And the plan next step is to incorporate any changes, have your recommendation also go to City Council on their November 17th meeting. Next slide. So the recommendation before you this evening that staff is recommending is that Parks and Recreation Commission recommend to City Council that you accept the findings of the recommendations of the study and assessment of the turf systems of the City of Palo Alto's playing fields and direct staff to proceed with replacement of synthetic turf at El Camino Park in the manner consistent with the study's findings and recommendations. I would like you to consider this as Anthony takes us through the next slides.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. You did a really nice job of walking through the general purpose of the study, so I won't spend too much time on this slide, but we do have probably 4 or 5 slides for you here this evening, and these will be an extension of what we reviewed last month. If you do have questions on some of the details that we reviewed and discussed, I'm happy to talk through those as well. But these slides are really going to talk about a little bit of what we talked about last week, but more so revisions to the study. So as Sarah mentioned, we released a draft. We've received a lot of feedback and comment, and so we've revised the study accordingly. Talk a little bit about the public comment and some of the feedback and responses we provided. And then finally talk about the recommendations, which are a little more refined from what was in the original draft study. So if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So the study really focused on there's really 5 different profiles here. I thought this would be important just so we can kind of get into our mind what these different systems look like. So far left, we have a natural grass field, which is on native soil, no growing medium really, or vertical drainage. Everything basically drains to the sidelines and is captured there. This is pretty much every natural grass field the city has would fall into this category, which is very, very common for many municipalities, high schools, even in some colleges would have this system. Now the next is more of a performance natural grass system. So this will have a sand root zone, so it drains to some degree, and then it also has like a really nice growing medium for your natural grass, and then you can add the drainage layer as well for even better drainage. We typically see these in colleges and professional sports, like Levi Stadium is a great example. We do see it in the municipalities from time to time, but it's much more limited. These fields take a much higher maintenance budgets. Usually they're certified sports turf managers overseeing these fields. So a little different, a little more to maintain oversight, but you do get better performing fields. You can generally get more use hours out of these type of profiles. Next up is we have the synthetic turf field, which you have, there's currently 4 that the city operates, and that's infield synthetic turf over some type of aggregate base and drainage system. And then last, this has come up in dialogue, is the hybrid systems. And so this is, we basically take our natural grass field with the root zone and the drainage system, and then we basically stitch in synthetic turf fibers. They range in depth anywhere from 4 to say 9 inches. We don't see this very much at all in the United States. On an international level, we see this mostly reserved for high-profile fields, like FIFA fields, like all the fields in the World Cup in Qatar and all the FIFA World Cup pitches in the United States in 26 will have this type of system. Can we go to the next slide? Perfect, thank you. So this is just a little bit of a follow-up for the public outreach or those sessions that we had done a few months ago. And so I won't go through each point in detail, but generally things that are consistent with what we hear from other folks in the Parks and Rec departments, or at least the users of these facilities. A lot of times people like to see more fields. So the fields aren't able to keep up with the demand. They want to see better performing fields. And that could be playability, but also year-round use, especially like wintertime when it's wet, fields might be closed down. The sports these days, as you know, they tend to go around the clock, and that's pretty consistent with the use data that the city has provided us. And but also the environmental and health concerns, very valid concerns. These topics continue to evolve, and they're being addressed both by the legislature and also the manufacturers. So there's definitely movement on both sides. of these safety and environmental issues, things that we've spoke about before, like PFAS, microplastics, recyclability, surface heat on synthetic turfs, things of that nature. If we can go to the next slide. Perfect. All right. So we'll spend a few minutes here. These are major revisions, or at least what we consider major revisions to the draft study. There was a lot of massaging. There was a few grammar errors, some spelling, things like that. But ultimately, what we did, and we'll get into the next slide, is the public feedback, city feedback, your feedback, really helped us tailor that original draft and continue to refine it to hopefully meet everybody's expectations or get as close to meeting expectations as possible. So I will go through these in a little more detail. So the first one, the use hour revision. So there's definitely a lot of comment on use hours, and that was the scheduling data that the city provided to us. We synthesized that data, then came up with per month use for each field. And so there was an error in that. El Camino hours were double counted. And so I think in the original study, we had around 4,300 hours when it was actually 2,753 hours or somewhere around there. So that was lower. We also updated the report to provide more explanation on the method, on how we calculated these hours, assumptions we made. In part, like some of the fields, our team would rent half of a field versus the full field, youth fields versus adult fields, small fields versus bigger fields. So we put in some more explanation on assumptions and direction or approach we did for those hours. And then there was also a handful of 24-hour reservations that made it into the data. So we decided to remove those 24-hour rent reservations because we weren't able to determine with confidence how many hours were actually being used. I'm sure people weren't out there for 24 hours a day using those. So the next item was we added some more information. There was definitely questions on El Camino. If we converted it to natural grass, what would that mean? And so just to give you a quick summary, we did put together like a budget for that. And obviously there's a lot of unknowns there that would influence that budget, but we assumed it would likely cost the city about $1.5 million to $2 million, just total project cost, building, design, permitting, et cetera, to make that transition to natural grass. And then most likely it would take about 18 months to design, construct, and then grow in the natural grass, which is pretty reasonable. To remove a synthetic turf field is a little bit of a heavy lift. On item number 3, we refined key findings and recommendations. A lot of it was people wanted clarifications, and so we did. I don't know that we made anything major, like any major revisions to it, but we definitely massaged the language. We tried to elaborate on it where we felt that the public might have been confused or thought there wasn't enough information. And so we hope we did a better job with that. Ultimately, though, the findings and recommendations are no replacement for the study itself. A lot of the assumptions and approach, et cetera, are contained in the body of the study, and we couldn't include everything in the key findings and recommendations. Otherwise, it would have been pages and pages and pages. Item 4 would be life cycle cost detail. So we talked about life cycle cost and what it costs to build these, how much per hour it takes to own and operate these facilities. And so we do have a detailed cost model that covers the construction, maintenance, and renovation line items. And so that's in the study now. So there was definitely some confusion and concern on behalf of the public. They didn't know where the numbers were coming from. That very valid point. So that was included in this last edition of the study. And then finally, definitely a big section on public comment. just documentation and response. And so we can go to the next slide. Let's jump into that. So this is really a general overview of the comments that received. And the comments were, it was very helpful for us to receive these comments, Sadie's comments, and your comments as well, to help really refine this study. And I don't think we made any like major significant changes or changed course specifically in any significant manner. However, it did help us elaborate and clarify certain points, like I said before, that maybe the public wanted to see more of, or they were confused in how we presented it in the draft study. So let me get into a little detail. The snippet on the right, that's actually the first page, and so we categorized it in a table with date, name, the comment, and then our response to it. We did take a significant amount of time to review these and address these. I want to say it was a number of weeks. It was definitely over 40 hours of work to do our best to kind of thoughtfully and concisely respond to these comments. And I'm sure we fell short in some areas, but just so I want you to know, like personally, we wrote these and I did a lot of the rewriting 2 to 3 times just to make them as clear and concise as possible. So with that being said, 21 unique contributors responded. So this consisted of some organizations, residents and non-residents alike. There was definitely a strong contingent that was concerned with health and environmental concerns, like we mentioned before, PFAS, microplastics, surface heat, end-of-life recycling. There's also an interest in optimizing natural grass fields. And so one of the comments, or a few of the comments in particular, cited an agronomist out of Australia who states that they're able to gain significant amount of annual hours out of just regular natural grass fields. And then also an Arizona facility that stated they were able to get a lot of use out of their recently constructed fields as well. And so we weren't able to confirm those usable hours. We did some research to kind of find out the legitimacy. And so I'm not sure we 100% agree that this is achievable, but ultimately, like those two, the agronomist and the Arizona facility, are completely different climates from Palo Alto. And so what you're seeing is in Australia and in Arizona, your warm season grasses. And so the Bermuda grasses, they are, especially if you overseed them, those are a year-round grass. They're very robust. They recover very quickly, especially during their growing seasons. Where here in the Bay Area, Palo Alto, we're primarily cool season grasses, so bluegrasses, rye, things like that. Much less robust, much less likely to recover like the Bermuda grasses. And if you look, if you get into the study, and we do show that your warm season grasses can definitely provide more use hours than your cool season grasses. And so, anyway, so that was one of the responses that we tried to make there. One of the other items attached to that was, sorry, let me take a step back. But ultimately, like people were saying, hey, this Arizona facility, this Australia facility, and if you read between the lines, there was probably some request for some sort of pilot program, like, hey, can we further refine our maintenance programs or even our field profiles to get more use hours out of these natural grass fields, which is possible. And we had put that in the original recommendations, and I think we try to be a little more clear and direct in this last study. And so I think the last item we have here is the recreational user groups. Definitely there was support for synthetic turf. They want better playability. They want year-round use. They want more flexibility. They want more equity amongst all the members of the community. So they tended to be more for the synthetic turf field. In general, it was pretty interesting. We did get some feedback from the public that they felt the study was biased towards synthetic turf. And then we also got feedback that other groups thought the study was biased against or critical against synthetic turf. So we thought that was good. Both, there's definitely both sides that thought the study was not fairly representing their position. So it let me think that we're probably more in the middle. And we, like I said, we try to be as objective as possible. And as we refine this last draft, that was really the goal, especially in the findings and recommendations, is being as objective as possible, essentially giving you the necessary information to make informed decisions. Let's go to the last slide. So this is our general recommendations, and it's really a synthesized version of what you probably read in this last version of the study. But as Sarah mentioned, the synthetic turf at El Camino Park is at end of its life and needs to be either resurfaced or replaced with natural grass. Replacing with the natural grass would cost anywhere, we think, without getting into further detail, somewhere in the realm of $1.5 to $2 million. And that's just construction or project cost. That doesn't include any additional maintenance staff, maintenance budget that would be needed to continue to maintain that field. Then we're pretty confident that it's going to likely take you about 18 months from initial RFP, finding a consultant to do these fields, to putting the mower on so that the field can be turned over to everybody. The one caveat with going to natural grass field immediately is that you're really going to reduce capacity. The study is, I think, is very clear that a native natural grass field is not able to take on or provide the amount of use a synthetic turf field can, especially in Palo Alto, wet, kind of rainy winters. It's really, really difficult conditions to maintain natural grass systems. The next item is if we replace with synthetic turf, we can maintain the existing demand and program, likely buy ourselves some time to kind of further evaluate a pilot program and next steps. But with this stuff, you really can't completely address the health and environmental concerns that some of the public has voiced. Things like, but with that being said, the synthetic turf products are definitely, I'd say, better than they were 10 years ago. The study does talk about addressing PFAS, recyclability, some measures we can do to mitigate microplastic intrusion into the environment, et cetera. So those recommendations, findings in the study can definitely be adopted or considered as you go through and resurface El Camino. I think El Camino, we did visit it. I think a lot of those recommendations and measures have already been incorporated. A lot of that is consistent with good design, and then also coupled with California or even county stormwater management requirements. So lastly, the final we have here is we would definitely recommend resurfacing with El Camino with synthetic turf. I think there's definitely public enthusiasm for some sort of pilot program to look at the existing maintenance, and how we can optimize the existing fields, potentially replacing with higher performing fields as well, and or adding additional inventory to maintain the capacity would definitely be reasonable. But if you put down synthetic turf, it definitely buys the city some time to really take some time to kind of thoughtfully review the options through like real world pilot programs like we were talking about. So that's the presentation, and love to, or Sarah, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, that's our presentation for this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, staff and consultant for the presentation and the work that has gone into this. We appreciate the effort from both staff and from our consultants to refine the report after hearing from the community. Are there any questions from the commission, clarifying questions?
Thank you, Sarah and Anthony, for the presentation and the insights. Appreciate all the effort that's gone into it. I have a number of comments later, but first a clarifying question. Sarah, you mentioned that minor changes were still going to be made. Could you outline what changes can you give us more insight into what you're talking about?
Sure. Like everything, of course, once it's published, you find, I think, clarifying, spelling, small mistakes that we already have, and some who have been pointed out by the public. So those items we plan to address. So some spelling, but if there's anything that you'd like to daylight or send, grammar, we're open to making those changes. It is a very tight turnaround, I will just say, to make the November 17th deadline for City Council. But we also have some general acknowledgements and additions that will be made there. But small minor changes is kind of what that's capturing.
Thank you. And are you looking for that input tonight or offline afterwards?
I think for the sake of time, any minor changes, spelling, grammar, I think that you're welcome to send to me directly. Just, I would encourage it sooner rather than later. But really sticking to, I think, for the interest of the meeting, anything substantial or feedback you'd like to provide.
Thank you. And a number of the comments were referring to the changes would be included in the final draft, and some wasn't clear. Is it what the final draft means? And some of the changes were applied, some weren't. So just kind of trying to understand. So thank you.
Any other commissioners for clarifying questions? Commissioner Farnhouse?
Maybe out of scope, but do we know how much, how many acres of plastic turf have been installed last year in the US?
I don't have that information. Anthony, do you happen?
I don't know offhand a lot. So we could look it up, but I'm not sure. I'm sure it's in the millions of square feet, I would guess.
And the report does not look at global impacts, only our fields here.
The turf study focused specifically on athletic fields in the city of Palo Alto.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one. In your slides, you meant I just made the correction of from 40, I think it was 4,300 to the correction to 2,700 for the hours of displaced play. Could you clarify how those numbers? I think you kind of briefly went over it in your report, but how do we know these are the right capacity numbers, and how were they calculated?
Sure. So we took the city's scheduling data and then basically synthesized it down. So we basically tabulated every field every month and tabulated it and then summarized it in the study as you saw. So what happened with the 4,700 hours is when we were doing our quality control review right before submitting the draft to the city, we found an error, and so we corrected the error, but it led to other errors essentially. And so it's essentially a typo. unfortunately, where we just miscalculated or we dragged too many Excel spreadsheets. But we did go back through all the data, and so the numbers have been revised accordingly. And not to say that anyone wants to go through and hand count the hours, but basically all of that data is, I think it's like hundreds of pages, unfortunately, in the appendix. So it's been gone through a number of times.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add on that? I think it's reassuring the update that was made. Initially, it was more of a 7-to-1 ratio between grass and synthetic, or natural grass and synthetic turf. With the revisions, the numbers are in line with the Santa Clara County study in the 3 or 4-to-1 ratio. So that's very encouraging. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that is something that needs to be sort of highlighted in the report, but we can get to that. The other commissioners for clarifying questions? Okay, with that, we'll go to the public for public comments.
We currently have 3 people for public comments. Oh, looks like 4 now. Well, a couple more. 5 now.
Thank you.
First up is Andrea W.
Can you give me a minute? I can't find my comment. I seem to have lost it. Can you take me after somebody else?
Sure, we can move you down the list.
Excuse me?
Yes, we can move you down.
Okay, thank you very much. I had it on my computer and now I can't find it. Oh, you know what? I just found it. I'm here. Should I go?
Yes, you should go. Yeah.
Okay. I strongly urge the city to not continue to install any artificial turf. It's a shame that City Council voted for and funded the study issue you are now discussing, as many were opposed to spending the money on this and urged no vote. It's like the Bullware Park play area where residents did not want artificial turf, but it was put in anyway. And once it's installed, it will be there for years, leaching toxins, shedding microplastics, and generally causing environmental and health issues down the road. Same will hold true for any artificial turf installed in the city. Why are elected officials or volunteers like your individuals not listening to community members? This study issue is full of miscalculations, misinformation, and exaggerated statements, making artificial turf sound like it's the best and only option for El Camino Field and possibly other sports fields and parks in Palo Alto. What's most disturbing is that any comparisons in reference to natural grass fields is from old, poorly maintained fields. Suggestions by many for Palo Alto to use the services of Beyond Pesticides to participate in their program of proper management with techniques and methods that have been shown to work in creating a better, healthier, more playable natural grass surface have been ignored. Now that staff is suggesting initiating a pilot program, which they say could optimize existing natural grass fields in the city, I hope it can happen. Too bad it was not started almost 2 years ago when first brought up. Then the comparisons in the study issue would be more accurate and reliable. Once again, I strongly urge the city to not continue to install any artificial turf. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Sue.
Okay, I just want to say that I listened to what the consultants had to say. And what you said about Palo Alto's climate being quite different from Australia's, and therefore you can dismiss the great results with organically managed fields in Australia, and this is not true. I talked to soil experts and they say that Palo Alto's climate is very similar to the Mediterranean regions of Australia, making comparisons between natural grass field management in the two areas quite valid. Both locations experience classic Mediterranean climates characterized by mild, wet winters and warm to hot, dry summers, with similar patterns of seasonal drought and rainfall. These regions often have similar soil challenges, water demand, seasonal grass growth, and approaches to turf grass selection and management. Therefore, information about successful organic natural grass athletic field management in Australia and California can be compared and used to guide policy and maintenance decisions in Palo Alto. And here in the Bay Area, we have, for example, UC Berkeley's Memorial and Faculty Glade. They have transitioned to organic turf management using soil health assessments, aeration overseeding, organic amendments, and high mowing to maintain resilient, lush grass without synthetic chemicals. The university works with national turf grass experts and Beyond Pesticides to tailor organic management practices for local climate and field usage patterns. Statewide, demonstration projects and guidance from organizations such as Beyond Pesticides and TURI document organically managed fields in coastal California and the Northeast, confirming that good drainage, targeted irrigation, strategic scheduling, and soil building practices make natural grass feasible for sports and recreation in high traffic parks. So I urge you as a Palo Alto resident to please prioritize a grass first capacity plan for Palo Alto's parks. Natural grass fields, not new synthetic turf, should be the first line of investment. Grass upgrades like soil health interventions, aeration, smart scheduling, and organic management offer more playable hours without PFAS or microplastic risks. These organic approaches align with city maintenance policy, cost less than plastic turf, and do not create potential liabilities. Given that the consultant's report did not study organically managed fields, and hence the report can be said to be biased because of this important omission. So given this bias, we highly recommend that you consider engaging in pilot improvements on existing grass fields, set measurable targets, and expand capacity
Time has expired.
before considering.
Okay. Up next, we have Susan H.
Yes, I'm Susan Hinton, Chair of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Chapter Plastic Pollution Prevention Committee. I have prepared remarks, but I'd like to start by pointing out that there are in fact cities with sand-capped fields. In Eldridge, Iowa, they have nearly 5 acres that have been in use since 2018. In Cincinnati, Ohio, they have sand-capped fields. They also have them in Marblehead, Massachusetts. Some of those have been around since 2016 or perhaps even earlier. In California, there's a sand-capped field in Sebastopol that is also organically managed. There is also a field in Tiburon managed similarly. By the way, the field in Tiburon is Bermuda grass and it's holding up quite well. I was been told by local soil experts that Bermuda grass is perfect for the South Bay, but perhaps not so perfect as you go north. Also, if you read through the public comments attached to this study document, you will see that there are a number of sports league players who actually like to play on grass, but they would like to play on well-managed grass fields. And they complain about bad fields, both artificial turf and grass. So maintenance is important. Also, I would like to point out that the Santa Clara supervisors never accepted the turf study prepared by their public health staff, and that therefore it is not an official document of Santa Clara County. Now, getting to my prepared comments, regarding PFAS, the city's Appendix E documents, intentional PFAS in fibers, and no standard to verify PFAS-free plastic fields. Regarding end-of-life disposal every 8 to 10 years, Appendix E details how mechanical recycling is constrained and advanced chemical recycling raises concerns of toxicity as well as equity near recycling plants. Also, chemical recycling is not recognized as recycling under California law.
Regarding microplastic shedding into the environment, there is no way to prevent or reasonably mitigate this process. Even planted bioswales eventually become saturated with no known way to remove microplastics from the plantings or soil. Regarding costs, the report makes optimistic assumptions and is not realistic. There is a solution, and that is to fix the existing grass fields using the most current sustainable grass management techniques. The study itself says these systems can be improved. It recommends bringing in an agronomy expert and piloting capacity expansion on grass. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Cynthia Fan.
Good evening. As Jeff said last time, the consultant's report needs to be credible. This revised version is not. It still has serious problems, and I urge you not to endorse its findings tonight. I've gone through the revised report's hundreds of pages, and it still contains major errors that could easily steer the city in the wrong direction. Let me give just 3 examples. First, the synthetic turf usage hour data. The report is still grossly inflating these figures. The consultant counted wrong whenever both halves of a field were booked during the same hour. The consultant counted that as 2 hours of use instead of 1. Take El Camino Park. The consultant calculated about 2,700 hours of annual use, but once that double counting is corrected, that shrinks down to 2,000. Big difference. Artificially inflating usage needs makes turf look far more essential than it really is. Second, the turf lifespan. In the cost analysis, the consultant assumes synthetic turf lasts 10 years, but that's not what Palo Alto's seeing. Cubberley's current plastic carpet is only 6 years old, and it's already falling apart, shedding plastic fibers everywhere, which is probably why these things only come with an 8-year warranty. Based on the city's own experience, these fields need replacement after no more than 6 to 8 years, not 10. That shorter lifespan dramatically increases both costs and environmental impacts. Third, the synthetic turf replacement costs in the cost analysis were lowballed. The actual projected cost for each of the city's 4 synthetic turf replacements is provided elsewhere in the report, and all of them are hundreds of thousands more than what the consultant included in the life cycle cost analysis. When renovation cycles and renovation costs are this far off, the whole financial comparison collapses. A report with this many flaws should not guide million-dollar city decisions, and there is no reason to rush. The report says each synthetic turf can handle about 5,000 hours of play per year. Well, since Cubberley and Mayfield's are reserved for about 7,000 hours combined, that leaves 8,000 hours of unused capacity, more than enough to absorb all of El Camino's use while the city takes time to get the facts right. Please recommend council reject the consultant's findings for now and offer to reconsider an amended report later after there's been time to gather and review public input. Most importantly, prioritize a natural grass pilot. A version of it has been in the Parks and Rec Master Plan since 2017. City staff support it, county staff support it, and likely all user groups do too. Everyone benefits from finally learning how far we can push the carrying capacity of well-built, well-maintained grass. To review, number 1, reject the report and its flawed findings. Number 2, pause on El Camino. And number 3, make the long overdue grass pilot a top priority. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amar Patel.
Hello, good evening. My name's Amar Patel. I represent Strikers Soccer Club, which is a youth soccer club mainly in Palo Alto. First, I want to say that we definitely strongly encourage the turf at El Camino. We went through the report. It is a very balanced report, arguments from both sides, and we agree that grass is ultimately important as well. And as stated, there's only 3 locations where there is turf, and the rest is grass. And we definitely, support the grass as well. I think a mix is a very healthy, kind of solution to these fields. On the human standpoint, whenever we cannot use fields for whatever it is, it just rained a few days ago and fields have to close. Essentially, hundreds of kids cannot go out and play, right? And there's all types of mental issues with that, health issues, babysitting issues, pulling issues, parents that need to take off of work, all these types of things. And ultimately, hundreds of kids, if there's no or synthetic option, hundreds of kids cannot play for days. So we try to do our best as a community to get these kids out there and active and healthy. So we definitely, representing hundreds of kids, we definitely support the synthetic turf at El Camino, and appreciate all the work and effort behind this. So thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Rodrigo B.
Hello, everybody. I was here last month. I'm back here again. My name is Rodrigo. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I'm the executive director for both Palo Alto Soccer Club and Silicon Valley Soccer Academy. Together, we are one of the largest youth soccer organizations in the peninsula with over 2,000 kids aged 5 to 18 years old. Our club main operations are in Palo Alto. We use Palo Alto fields and schools fields as well. So this topic is very important to us. I'd like to ask the Parks and Recreational Commission not to consider converting El Camino Park back to natural grass, as El Camino Park is one of the few year-round resources available available in Palo Alto. Converting El Camino back to grass will reduce a reliable playing surface for local children and adults, especially during the winter months. It will bring back unsafe grass conditions, and we have worked hard to move past. As a club, we do support high-quality natural grass pilot program at one of the current grass fields in Palo Alto, but not El Camino. Both Palo Alto and SVSA will be more than happy to support the city effort to financially support the city effort to improve our grass fields at Cubberley, Greer, and also helping develop new fields at the Bayland space near the golf course. Thanks for your time. I also want to thank you, Jeff and Ann, for both for your time and service as a chair and commissioner for the community. And thanks so much. That's all I have. And I have some Palo Alto magnets over here if you guys want to take home. I'll leave it right here.
Our last speaker is Amanda M.
Hi, my name is Amanda McMaster. I'm the president of the board of directors for Palo Alto Soccer Club. And I just wanted to remind you that I, along with our 2,000 members, strongly oppose any ban on artificial turf. At both the city and county levels, these grass versus turf studies have already been conducted, and the conclusion has always been to keep the turf. I know firsthand how banning turf will harm youth health, both as a current club administrator as well as a former Palo Alto player. I grew up playing at El Camino, and being able to play year-round on this exact field as well as Mayfield and Cubberley allowed me to compete at the highest level right here in the city. The claim that artificial turf poses health and injury risks is nothing more than a misconception. In fact, the data suggests that grass fields pose a greater threat due to uneven surfaces and irregular maintenance. As club leaders, we see firsthand how artificial turf reduces the number of injuries and is a safer, more reliable playing surface. It also allows children to gain access to an environment where they can properly exercise, and taking away fields will limit their ability and desire to get out and play with their friends in a way that's productive to their long-term health. We already deal with a shortage of athletic fields. As you guys discussed, 3 to 4 grass fields would need to be built in order to replace one artificial turf field. And this, as you all know, is not feasible for our area due to funding and available land. We argue that in addition to the physical health benefits, artificial turf is also better for the environment. Turf fields have increased usability up to 4 times that of grass fields and can withstand this use with minimal maintenance. Unlike grass fields, turf can endure year-round play, which is particularly important during the rainy season as well as the winter months. We felt these effects as our home fields at Cubberley were closed and fenced off by the city from the beginning of November and only reopened in March. Taking away turf and replacing it with grass at El Camino will leave a lot of members of Palo Alto and all of its organizations with limited and to no place to play soccer over these 4 months. Taking away kids' ability to exercise and play with their friends every time the weather is poor would be an incredible loss and disruption to city members, as well as a major unpredictable inconvenience. Thank you.
There are no more public comments at this time.
Thank you, and thank you to the members of the public that responded. I will open it up to the commission for any comments. Let's start with. Okay. Commission.
So I don't really have any questions. I'm glad that Sarah said that there would be some modifications to the typos and some of the misspellings and all of that. I'm concerned about the numbers and getting the numbers right. It bothers me to have a report that we've all spent a lot of time on with things that are so far incorrect, and I'm hopeful that those corrections can be made. Having said that, I really think that this report, as I said last month, I think, is it was an important thing to do. I'm grateful to the council for allocating the money to do that. I think it's important to have. I'm hopeful that it won't be lost. And I'm referring back to another report that was done by a citizens group in the early 2000s that we brought to light. And it really was about fields, and it was about the need for fields and the need for good fields, especially good grass fields. And so I'm hopeful that the recommendations in this report about grass fields and the grass institutes around that can provide guidance will be really looked at with some projects in the future. Having said that, I support the returf of El Camino Ballpark because I think that we really need the space right now, and the kids who are using the field need to use the field. There are no other fields in Palo Alto that they can go to. I know what the schedule's like, and I think it's a matter of balance, but I would also like to see the department spend some time on grass with a little bit more research and also a little bit more maintenance, because some of the grass fields that we've used in the past could use some help. And I know that the city parks department does a job that is good within what they have the resources to do. So I guess there's two things that I want to say. First of all, I don't think we have a choice right now except for to support the returfing of El Camino, and secondly, to really spend some time on the experts who are around and the experts who are right here at home to help us with the grass fields, so that in the future, perhaps we have a different field situation.
I have just, I wanted to speak a little bit to one of your first comments, and I just want to create some clarity. In terms of the numbers that Anthony went through at the beginning of the presentation, those have already been implemented within the current report, the updated report before you this evening. Commissioner Cripps, were you referring to one of the public comments, or would you like Anthony to speak to? Oh, your mic's not on.
Yeah, I was referring to the comments about it would take us 7 fields to replace the one field and those numbers. So if the numbers now are correct, then that's great. And if the scheduling that is being used to create the numbers is correct, that's great too. Does that help?
Yes, that's helpful. And maybe Anthony, would you like to just speak to that so everyone's clear?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. The numbers, the El Camino number with the 7 natural grass fields to replace, that was corrected. So I think someone had mentioned it earlier. It's much less. So it's the number went from 4,300 to 2,700.
Mhm.
So that's when we say it's not 7 natural grass fields to 1. It goes back to the general ratio, which is 3 to 4 natural grass fields per 1 synthetic turf field. And that was consistent with the findings of the county study done last year. But there might have been there's probably, as far as the public's concerned, they probably don't agree with our method completely and how we tabulate full field rentals versus half field rentals, et cetera. But all of that is, this last edition, we did further explain our method and the reasoning behind it. And so even if you did change our method per some of the public feedback, and you're talking about reductions in use hours that might be 20 to 30% generally. So even at 2,700 hours, that drops you to around 1,900 hours, which is still a significant amount of use.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Chair Greenfield.
Thank you. Thank you again to staff and the consultant team who put this together. As we've discussed before, balance is the key here. We know we don't have a perfect solution today. It'd be a lot easier discussion if we did have a perfect solution. With that said, I do appreciate Anthony's expert assessment of the legitimacy of a number of the alternate references that are brought up by members of the community. I appreciate all of the feedback and input from the community on both sides of the issue. There's a lot of important issues that are raised and a lot of legitimate concerns on both sides, and we're trying to balance this. With that said, I do support the general recommendations of the report and advocate for it to be moved forward to City Council. Absolutely, completely support moving forward with renovation of El Camino Park ASAP or faster. You've heard my message before. Regarding the second recommendation, I just want to point out, in terms of the natural grass replacement costs, something that hasn't been brought up and hasn't been factored in is the cost of land, which we all know here is considerable. There's potential that maybe areas at the on the other side of 101 could potentially be converted to some grass fields could be addressed there, but the land expense is a major consideration that shouldn't be ignored. Absolutely believe we need to do everything we can to mitigate the environmental considerations. And I'll say a little more on that. And regarding the pilot program, you know, I love the idea of the pilot program. As a longtime member of the local soccer community, I'm fully supportive of this. To be able to sort out how to optimize performance and carrying capacity of our existing natural grass fields. But having been here for a long time and seeing a lot of initiatives, we need to recognize this is going to be very challenging. It's going to be, it's essentially this is applying to the opportunities would be at Cubberley, would be at Greer Park and Terman Park to a lesser extent, because Terman is limited by size. It has a school schedule to contend with in terms of usage, and it has poor fencing preventing balls heading into a creek. So essentially, we're talking about Cubberley and Greer. Concerns are expenses and staff and infrastructure constraints. Concerns about being able to tolerate partial field closures for extended periods of time, or site rotations, having additional capacity for site rotations. But I really like to hear more about the I know there's a page that talks about the expense trade-offs between grass and synthetic turf field, but I'm not sure it's really appreciated in terms of what it means on an annual basis for what type of budget we'd be looking at being required to have something like this put in. Could you say a little more on that, Anthony?
Sure. So, Vice Chair Greenfield, so as far as maintenance budgets for more of the performance natural grass fields?
Or for whatever you're suggesting, we pursue as part of a pilot program.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. So as part of the pilot program, probably it'd be broken down into probably three premises. Is that one, what can we do to the existing native fields? Can we just how much more can we optimize them to get more use hours out of those fields? And then second would be looking at more higher performance fields. How do they fare in the local environment? What kind of we understand the cost to build those, at least the field itself, but also better understanding the maintenance cost for those fields as well. And then the third would be acquiring new fields, new natural grass fields to the inventory. And you made a really good point. The number, the 1.5 to 2 million, that would be converting El Camino. That'd be project cost for El Camino. To do new fields on raw land, the field is just one part. You've got land acquisition, as you mentioned, you've got the field itself, and then you have all the amenities, utilities, site grading, parking lots, restrooms, intersections, things like that. So the price gets significantly more expensive. So anyways, but that's kind of the three breakdown that we would see in a pilot program. We did meet with the city's field managers, and we reviewed their practices, and frankly, well, as we said in the report, it's pretty darn good with their budgets and integrated pest management policies, et cetera. But things can always be optimized. And would you be able to like double the use of your existing native natural grass fields? Like, highly doubt it. Could they be better performing? For sure, definitely. And so in our group, or our team has had quite a few internal dialogues about this pilot program, and as essentially the program would be geared towards the city's appetite for basically cost. Because obviously with some of these options, they can get very, very, very expensive very, very quickly. And so the scope of the full scope of, well, let me take a step back. The scope of the pilot program would likely need to be further defined with whatever the city's kind of willing to put forth for this program. So I hope I adequately responded to your question.
That's helpful. And I think it might be helpful for when this goes to City Council to outline a few different potential scenarios and flesh out the potential costs in further detail. So there's more transparency as to what's being suggested.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yep. And again, I hope this is something we can pursue and pull off. I'm struggling to find optimism just having lived through grass fields in Palo Alto as long as I have. Something else I'll add that hasn't been emphasized enough is that the carrying capacity of natural grass playing fields doesn't, again, take into consideration weather closures and the comments from the public, but this is a significant thing in terms of being able to have access to the fields year round. Okay, a few more comments. I understand that there were adjustments to the general recommendations, and one thing that I observed is that the incorporation of risk mitigation measures was removed from the general recommendations. I would strongly advocate to have that highlighted as a recommendation. I think it's important. We've heard significant feedback from about concerns, and I think we need to be front and center, doing everything we can to address this. I think there's a potential for additional grass fields at the Baylands. There's lots of complications associated with this idea, but it's something to pursue. We expect there will be resistance from the environmental community about developing the areas at the Baylands, and concerns about lighting as well. But I think it's worthy of exploring thoughtfully. Another question for Anthony. Another thing that was removed from the general recommendations was the recycling of pursuing recycling of synthetic turf. So I'd like to just kind of understand, what is the reality of moving forward with a plan for a synthetic turf field at El Camino Park that we can have a reasonable degree of confidence that would be recyclable? Does this exist, and what kind of cost differential are we talking about?
Yeah, so it does. I mean, there's a ton of like options out there, some more viable than others, but we did research, and there are owners in the Bay Area that are actually having their fields mechanically recycled, and they're sending them to plants, and what those plants do is they mechanically recycle them and then turn them into essentially plastic products. So like wood products essentially. So wood header or whatever, plastic header boards, all sorts of different products. So we were able to do a little due diligence and verify that that is taking place. There's additional cost to that, because you're gonna truck that turf somewhere, and then you're gonna pay some amount of fee to have it processed. Because right now there are obviously some of the fields end up in landfills or sitting on a lot somewhere, but we've done some research over the last couple of years, and it's our understanding a lot of the turf, especially good turf, is repurposed. And so if it's really, really good, it's going to go to a secondary market and possibly reused for bullpens, batting cages. Some of it goes south of the border. And then other uses are like equestrian. So they'll use it in like equestrian training areas where they basically put the turf down, and they put the equestrian specific soil over top of it to help stabilize. So anyway, sorry, that's probably more than you wanted to know, but yeah, if the current field, if the city did want that to be recycled, all my research or all of our research says that like the city can request and have that recycled. It'll cost more than repurposing it, because you're gonna have to pay, like I said, for trucking in the mechanical recycling process.
Thank you for these details. I don't think you went overboard at all, and I'd love to. I think including this information in the report would be very useful for City Council to help them make decisions.
Sure.
Okay. Just a suggestion in the field sections where you're talking about El Camino Park and Mayfield and Coverly, I think it would be helpful to include details on what kind of synthetic turf is currently on the field. The studies done a lot of work to outline different variations, and I think it'd be useful for people to know what we have, for us to know what we have. So including that information seems very, very pertinent. And both the turf and the pad, the pad types, what type of pad is going to be put in at Mayfield, et cetera. As far as the methodologies for determining field use hours, is there I know there's hundreds of pages of listings of all of the rental hours. Is there any, are there some summary pages in the report you can point us to and members of the community where that information is tabulated?
Sure, let me that up. So it is summarized on page 59 of the current report. And then on that same page is, and the preceding page as well, is we get into more detail on our method as far as half field, full field, et cetera, et cetera.
Is it possible to put that up?
Sarah, do you,
I think Eric can work on that.
Okay.
But I think perhaps in the meantime, if we can move to I'm just looking at,
Yeah, sure. So real quickly, one problem that our community is plagued with on an ongoing basis is the separating lines from the turf fields. Where as the fields age, the lines that are sewn in separate off and have to get, they're hanging and flopping around for a while. So I'm wondering what you recommend, what recommendation you have to best avoid that and best address that.
Sure. Good question. And frankly, it really comes down to getting a good manufacturer that produces good products, and then also having a good installation. Like the best product with a poor installation is going to yield issues like you're seeing where seams are coming up and things like that. So I believe for El Camino, from what I remember Sarah telling me, is it's a good manufacturer. It's a non-rubber infill, if I remember correctly. It's a good pad, and so it's a pretty good system. And I know the city's kind of seen some issues with their field, with the infield at El Camino, or the previous infield at El Camino, with some of the deterioration at Coverly. I mean, these things happen from time to time, but I would say less frequently. We don't touch all synthetic turf. It's just a part of the business we do. But it seems like for the most part, like the good manufacturers provide a pretty good product. And if they have issues, they're going to generally stand by their warranties and replace those fields if there's fiber or premature fiber deterioration.
Yeah, we certainly did not receive what we were hoping to with our last round of synthetic fields, to say the least.
Yeah, and Vice Chair Greenfield, I do have currently at El Camino, we have Edelgrass 2-inch. It's a hybrid blade. It's not a monofilament or slit film. However, and you referred to TPE, which is the infill system that we've had trouble with. That being said, what we're currently installing at Mayfield is a field turf Vertex Prime. It's a combination of slit film and monofilament fibers, and it has organic infill, which is cork and sand.
Yeah, thanks. I'm actually more concerned about just making sure we include this in the in the
report.
in the report in the various field sections. Just one last question, based on the comments you made in your opening. So Levi's is going to get a hybrid field? All U.S. World Cup fields will have in 2026. I'm just curious.
So we did Levi's. We did a design for that. It's actually hybrid right now.
It is hybrid now. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Well, I'm almost positive. I'm pretty sure.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Greenfield. I'm sorry, Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Okay. So you said that the deterioration is not frequent, but for us in Palo Alto, it has been relatively frequent. We had to replace the fields in Coverly and in Mayfield. So now we hope that this new field will last longer. Maybe it will, maybe not. We'll have to see how it sustains the next few years. I think what guides me in this is that plastic is toxic cradle to grave. Recycling is often even more toxic than just burying it in a landfill. So there's really no good solution for this vast amount of plastic that we're using everywhere. Obviously, it's very convenient and, you know, people like it. And I get that. I understand that people want to play, and I understand that they feel like, you know, that's very, that the plastic turf allows them to play more and in weather that may not be supportive playing otherwise. But I don't see us, I mean, with a city that looks at sustainability, we wouldn't think of heating our new gym with gas, right? We wouldn't think of doing certain things, even if it costs us more, to do the right thing. And plastic is the wrong thing to me. So, you know, I listened to the public. Cynthia Pham did a meticulous analysis. I don't know if there's going to be answers to her new analysis of the updated report before it goes to council. The lifespan issue, I think, you know, assuming that it's going to behave the way it's supposed to, according to the manufacturer, is not always how it works. But beyond all of this, to me, we should not be using plastic. We should not use this material that covers the land and suffocates it and is impactful to the people that play and to the bay, everything downstream. Even if you put some swales and some capture systems, eventually there is some water that is impacted, goes to the bay. So I understand the interest of people in having, you know, more fields. There's always requests for people to be able to play, and I get it, and they should. But I don't support plastic. And I'm not sure about supporting the report, given the comments that we heard from Ms. Pham. Thank you.
Commissioner Deng.
I've sit in the, well, thank you for the staff and Anthony for the presentation. I've sit in the field brokering meetings before, and trust me, it was not fun. Not as fun as our commissioner meeting, for sure. And I had to fight with other clubs so we can get turf fields for, you know, our own club as a smaller local club. And I hear the demand is huge, and we're lack of supply right now. I think I would lean toward the recommendation, but with strong conditions. First of all, I agree the demand is high, and we want to support more hours of play and support our committees, our community's recreation objectives with a large number of local clubs and teams, especially youth. Also, the current turf is at the end of the lifespan, so something must to be done as soon as possible. So I would suggest some of the following conditions. Like our consultant said, we will use a turf system with the best available environmental health profile, highest standard. If, as Commissioner Greenfield suggested, we should have a heat mitigation plan, and we should have a robust maintenance program commitment, ensure the proper installation, and it's better to have a monitoring program. For example, the surface temperatures, the usage hours, any injuries, the infill migration, and everything in between, if possible, within our budget. I also want to emphasize the community usage equity. So we have enough hours for the community to rent, especially a good policy for scheduling so the high demand groups don't dominate. Also, a good evaluation over the longer term, let's say 10 to 20 years with life cycle cost. And environmental impact disclosure. I do hear the public comments. And I want to know more about the pilot plan with the pilot plan. Can we go back to the last slide with the recommendation?
And we also, Eric was able to pull up Vice Chair Greenfield's request, which was before you. I don't know, Chair, what would you like to do? Pull up the slide deck for Commissioner Dang's request?
It'd be great if we could, it was big enough to read.
Yeah.
Oh, we can zoom in.
But yeah, I don't, if this is where Commissioner Dang wants to go,
Is
maybe.
this what you want to see, or? I think-
Commissioner
Let's
Dang,
review.
I think she was asking for the last slide of the slide.
last slide of the slide deck. Okay.
Yeah, I want to know more about the pilot program to further optimize existing natural gas fields, because both my kids played on grass fields in Palo Alto. I noticed Greer Park is in worst condition comparing to the Green Middle School field. And I don't know what was done differently to the two grass fields, but the green grass field is in better condition in general.
Yeah, I believe the green fields get less use. And that's probably why the green middle school gets less use than Greer Fields. And so that's probably why you're seeing that. But as far as your question on the pilot plan to, if I'm understanding correctly, to better optimize the maintenance practices. And so there's definitely things you can do, and we do touch on them to some degree in the study, but you can push more organic. Well, I'm going to probably get into too much detail here, so bear with me. You can push more organic fertilizers. That will help stimulate the grass. The thing we have to be careful about is when you push organic fertilizers, you start to introduce organics into the environment. So algae blooms, things like that. And so when we do big park facilities where all the fields might drain to a lake, we have huge issues with these 3 to 5 acre lakes because you're pumping so much organics through these. You get organics into water, algae blooms, and then you basically have to treat that with different types of metals and chemicals. But so there's a little bit of a balance with that. But then there's also, if you take a few of your high use natural grass fields and increase the maintenance budget and the practices on those. And so that could be things like more top dressing, more aeration, more rest time in certain parts of the season. Because you'll get heavy program when the turf is trying to come out of dormancy, and it just really disables the turf through the growing season. It kind of starts a step behind. And then so as far as the top dressing, and then there's even resodding if you have short windows. There's always the option to look at resodding, bring in new established grass. You can level out the planarity or the flatness of the field. So there's definitely ways that you could increase the kind of playability, performance, maybe even carrying capacity or usable hours for these existing native fields. But it kind of comes down to what I said before. It's how much money does the city really want to or is able to invest in these fields?
Thanks, Anthony. So when I went through the report, I noticed there was no discussion on the Caltrain impact on the field. I mean, the Alcamino field is very close to the Caltrain, and would the vibration have any impact on our choice?
Probably not. It shouldn't have any impact on synthetic or natural grass.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So from my perspective, the refinements in the study, I think gives us kind of a balanced, data-driven foundation for making an informed decision. Committee recognizes that we meet the community recreational needs, which I think are more important, which are very important actually, especially for our youth sport programs, while continuing to take seriously the environmental and health concerns that many residents have. I mean, I know my kids who are in their 30s now played soccer here from age 5 to whatever, so I've been at every field from natural fields and synthetic fields. And so I really support, moving this recommendation forward to the city council because it allows us to maintain reliable field access now, and at the same time keep working towards a long-term sustainability improvements. One thing I think, just to play a devil's advocate, and I know we've been talking about this, but if we were to go back to natural grass, I think you actually mentioned, you said something like 7 natural fields for 1 turf field. Is that correct?
It's no more than 3.
Okay. Okay. But even that, I mean, we don't have the land for it. And it would take time to actually be able to implement that. So, where would they go, and what would be the effect, I think, on the community sports scheduling? Also, as it comes down to the pilot program, I'm very supportive of the pilot program for optimizing the natural grass fields, and it's a smart, forward-looking step. But I think we do want to make sure that we have some benchmarks that will be used to measure the pilot success, such as the playable hours, water usage, or maintenance costs. I think those things maybe need to be added to the report. And then maybe coming back to the commission at some point where we can receive some updates of what the results of the pilot are. Overall, I think the study reflects a responsible and balanced path forward. Recognizes our community, which depends on reliable, high-quality fields, and especially for our youth program. So I support the program. I support the report going to the city council. So do we have a vote on this?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think we
Make a
need a motion.
1 second.
And
Would the recommendations made by Commissioner Deng be included in the recommendation here? Or is that just notes, like why is not that part of
the
motion?
the PRC can make whatever motion this evening that they would like. This is staff's recommendation just to help, I think, tailor the conversation. What specifically for Commissioner Deng?
Well, I think what you've been, basically, you're collecting the comments that all commissioners have made, including with the updates that we've made recommendation to, that those would be included in the comments going to the city council, is what I understand it.
I think we can also make specific recommendations, like I would like to, I'd make a motion to accept the staff recommendation with the addition of moving the mitigation plan back into the general recommendations. So highlighting in the general recommendations. And just want to point out to Commissioner Ding, the mitigation plan, the RMMs, they're still in the plan. They were just no longer highlighted in the general recommendations, kind of at the top level. But the recommendations were always still part of the plan. Yep. And Anthony can confirm that.
Can staff break this to two recommendations? So one is to recommend that the city council accept the findings.
You can make a motion, right? There'd be a separate motion. Is that what you're asking?
We could have a split motion if that would be applicable.
Okay. First, I think because we're doing this, it might be helpful. Eric, are you able to pull up and maybe copy this so we can split so people can see it on the screen?
Do I need to make a motion to split the motion?
Can you clarify what you'd like to split?
Huh? Well, I'd like to split the accepting the report from the recommendations of what to do. Maybe it doesn't matter. You know what? Don't worry about it.
Which recommendations are you referring to?
Okay, just keep it.
Okay, so Vice Chair, you made a motion, is that correct?
Yes, I made a motion to accept the staff recommendation while also incorporating the RMMs, the risk mitigation measures, back into the general recommendations as they were in the previous draft.
Can I get a second on that? Commissioner Cribbs?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
I have a question about the, what you added back. Does that include pollution issues like, high use of organics that can get into the bay and cause algal blooms? And, we've had issues with birds dying in the bay.
Anthony, are you able to speak to that?
Yeah, are we asking to add that language to the study?
I'm wondering if it's included in what Jeff just suggested adding back.
So in the RMMs that are
oh, okay, yeah.
I think it's part of section 11 probably. Section 10 or 11.
Do we want to specify something about use of organics to make sure it doesn't get in the bay?
Oh, the RMMs cover the synthetic turf. Those are like a guideline put together by an organization. As far as the natural grass goes, and yeah, that's actually a really good comment. I would say, like any pilot program would obviously want to consider the environment, safety, as well as the playability and use hours of that, of the field.
The current recommendation does not include a pilot, which is fine. I'm just.
No, it does actually. It's one of the five or the four main findings.
All right, then.
Maybe we could go back up to the findings just to review that.
a pilot
general
project
recommendations.
I would add that the pilot program cannot increase use of organic fertilizers. Problem with organic fertilizers is that you need a lot of space to clean them up, or they go into the bay. If they go into the bay, we get algal bloom, and then all kinds of stuff dies. Birds, fish, everything. Because the algal blooms suffocate, they suffocate the bay. So, you know, I mean, there's no good choices here. It's a problem. Everything has impact.
So you're saying you'd like to expand, add that to the, I guess, to bullet point 4. Well, I mean, that's kind of getting into a lot of the details.
It's a
right?
detail, but if you're recommending a pilot program, and what we heard from the consultant is that the pilot program could potentially increase the use of organic pesticide, organic fertilizers that have created problems in other locations on lakes. Here, we don't have a lake, but we have the bay.
Yeah, can I chime in real quick to clarify?
Mm-hmm.
So definitely a concern, as I mentioned, and there are ways to mitigate that stormwater runoff so that you're not directly discharging into the bay. So there's definitely ways to manage that, and I would anticipate that would be part of a comprehensive pilot program.
Usually that takes space.
Yeah,
Need space to create those buffers. Need the space to create the buffers or the filtration systems and artificial wetlands or something to clean up that water before it goes into the bay. And that can be expensive and difficult to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely can. And there's definitely ways to do it surface and subsurface as well. And then there's treatment units, et cetera, that can be used to mitigate that. But yeah, that would definitely be part of any type of pilot program, especially if we were going to increase runoff.
And that would be included. So I guess what we're asking is to have that included in the report. To have
Okay,
some,
yeah.
So I'm just, there's a motion on the floor.
Right.
And
It's been seconded.
it's already been seconded.
No,
Is that amendment?
there's no amendment.
Is that an amendment to, are we altering the motion? I'm asking
No, I
the
would
maker.
I'm not hearing an amendment yet.
Not
I
hearing.
think we're into discussion on the motion at this point.
So can we go ahead?
And for further discussing it, I absolutely am in favor of the pilot program being highly focused on environmental sustainability. I don't feel like I wouldn't support something as specific as ruling out the use of organic fertilizers, because I feel like it's handcuffing us a bit unnecessarily. But I think there would be a lot of focus on any pilot program to make sure it is appropriate for our community's values for what we're looking to move forward with.
Okay. We go ahead and move to a vote.
Yes, so I think it's motion, second, and now roll call.
Okay, I'll take roll call. Chair Freeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Cripps?
Yes.
Commissioner Deng?
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus?
No.
Vice Chair Greenfield?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for staff and our presenter. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. Okay, move to the last item on the agenda.
Not the last item. We have two more items, or
Oh, it's not the
actually
last, sorry.
several, yeah. So the item, while we're pulling up the next item, it's an update on ad hoc nature access policy and proposed trail closure at Parsons Arasadero Preserve. I'm Sarah Robustelli, and presenting with me this evening is Michael Warner, Supervising Ranger. I'm going to start us off with this PowerPoint, and then at the end, we'll have the ad hoc having time for their input towards the end of the slides. So next slide. The purpose basically of this evening's update is to provide a status update. We also, after our last meeting regarding this topic, we're going to review a bunch of public comment feedback on the proposed trail closure within the Arastero Preserve, and then we're going to also talk about next steps. So why are we talking about this? In 2023, the state of California regulated e-bikes and e-coasting devices in parks and open spaces. And in order for local agencies to have some control, we needed to take some action if we wanted to regulate any of those access or restrict them. Next slide. So this is some key timelines, and here you'll see that this discussion topic has had a lengthy discussion. It goes back to 2023. And really what I want to focus on is actually the next slide, and which is a continuation of the key timeline. So if you can advance to the next slide. This is the more recent where we left off, but that last slide was just to refresh your memory. Staff presented to the PRC in July of last year, and Rangers shares some updates on the Arastero Preserve. There was discussion about seasonal trail closures. And then in September, staff presented to PRC. The Baylands spoke about what was going on at the Baylands, included some installation of 13 new bike racks, and as well as signage. And then coming to this year, staff and the ad hoc met just to revisit at Arastero to further discuss some of and assess the conditions. And then since then, April 1st, staff and the ad hoc presented a proposed trail closure at Payback, which is Palo Alto Bike, Advisory Committee. And then just right after that, we came back to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a presentation, and that's kind of where we left off with the full commission. Then subsequently, we met again with staff and the ad hoc to do an additional site visit. And let's see, and then where we got to is earlier this month, staff and the ad hoc also agreed that some of the work has been completed and the efforts have been concluded. On the next in the next slides, I'm going to have Michael Warner go over what we've done basically since the last meeting in April, and some of the feedback that we've received from the community.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. So I will discuss, we started out of a site visit in earlier this year, in February of 2025, a potential trail closure that was identified by the ad hoc committee within the Arastadero Nature Preserve. Next slide, please. The trail is in the southwest corner of the preserve in an area known as the Bowl Loop area or Bowl Management area. Traditionally, it's an area that does see a lot of recreational cyclists that utilize that space, but it's not limited to them. There are equestrians and hikers that also use that area. If you're not familiar with it, the trails within the Arastadero Preserve are managed through the Arastadero Trail Management Plan that was passed by both the commission and council in around 2000. The ad hoc committee had identified a trail that was not on the, was slated for closure back in 2000, but eventually through staff's management was not closed at the time and has been in use, continuous use for the last 20 years, which was actually the middle trail between the three trails where you see the red box. Through discussions with staff, we found a middle ground, or at least a compromise closure. What we could go for would be the smaller trail, be more, staff would have the better ability to complete this closure and make it stick and manage it going forward and restore the area. So we took this proposal to payback, as Sarah said, which we received very minimal feedback from them on that. No opposition, I should say. Our next step, next slide, please, was to reach out to the public. So we had reached out for public comments for a space of about a month between June 15th, 2025 and July 15th, 2025. A little more detail about the trail segment is, it is a designated trail, but there are no signs on it currently. It's 390 feet in length, and it borders two other trails. You can see there, the Meadowlark Trail, which is the gravel road, fire road, and then another trail within the bowl area to the south. During this time, we received about 25 public comments, which are summarized on the next slide, please. They were summarized on the next slide. Overall, generally, we had majority of public commenters were in opposition of the closure, mainly citing reasons for that they are particularly the trail is particularly used by seniors, families, and less experienced users that like to use that as a bypass for the more steeper trails in the area, mainly to reach a memorial bench that is placed at the top of the hill. Users also cited potential crowding on other trails, the loss of trail diversity, and the loss of the current user experience in the area. There was also concerns that it was maybe related to adjacent residential development, and they were concerned to be maybe more closures that would come if this one was to go through. Of those that were supportive of the closure, importance on protecting sensitive ecosystems and reducing trail erosion, opportunities for habitat restoration and reduction of redundancy trails within the preserve. Next slide. This is just a few additional community considerations that were brought up through the public comment process. The main one of note was there was several folks who asked for better signage within the preserve. That was already slated as a maintenance task and is currently being wrapped up, which will come back to the commission to show the final results of updated trail signage within the preserve. Next slide. At this time, there's insufficient data to support permanent closure of the trail. Staff is working on decommissioning social trails within the bowl, which is an ongoing process as part of operations management of the area. We are also looking at relocating one of the N5 fire sensors that were placed within the preserve as it's actually on one of the social trails. So we want to relocate it slightly to reduce the redundant trails in the area. Our plan is to go forward with monitoring the area. We also are going to work with our stewardship partners, Grassroots Ecology, to do a more in-depth survey so we can come back with more scientific information about what would be the value of closing any trails in that area if that's something commission would like to explore further going forward. But at this moment, we have no plans to conduct a closure, and we are not recommending the closure at this time.
And if you advance to the next slide, this is time where we knew that the ad hoc would be interested in also speaking.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for staff for your efforts in putting together a report on this, for working with the ad hoc through this process. We had some nice tours of the Pearson Rastadero Preserve in the process, field trips, sorry, and learned some things on the tours. You know, I think we've already talked about having seen some kids running down on their dirt bikes through ponds, through puddling areas, in seeing things that we didn't really know what would be happening. At any rate, it's been an interesting process. From my perspective as part of the ad hoc, I feel like in a walking tour at Rastadero Preserve, the initial focus was looking at social trails that shouldn't be there, and seeing them and talking with staff about getting them renaturalized and shut down. And there is one by the upper bowl or lower bowl, the lower bowl that's a fairly significant one by the lower bowl that will get shut down. And I know that staff's been waiting for the right season, which seems to be soon upon us to have this work done. And then there was another one in kind of on a grassy knoll by the upper bowl. And then next to that was this trail that the staff pointed out. And if you really wanted to reduce the amount of trails here, here's one that would be ripe for consideration. And so appreciate the staff bringing that up. It was actually a little bit unexpected. The ad hoc was generally in favor of this, and didn't think it was significant in terms of the bicycle access using the bowls for areas that the bowls are used for, and we kind of have them set up to an extent to be used. The feedback from other members of the community was surprising, and I think significant enough that I support not advocating moving forward with a trail closure and leaving things as they are. I think there still are other things in the area for consideration, and I'm sure at least one of my colleagues will be talking more about that.
Thank you. So going back to the trails to the problem areas that we highlighted, the trail that staff recommended we could consider for closing, the one we're talking about now, was not a high priority for closing for the ad hoc to begin with. So I don't really have an issue with keeping it open, because it really was never something that the ad hoc asked to close. I think it was more that some of the rangers pointed out that there's some flowers there and there's some erosion issues, but I'm sure these can be dealt with without having to close the trail. So I don't really have a problem with keeping that trail open. The things that keeps being of concern is the upper bowl, because there is more and more basically trails that are not sanctioned by the city coming down. And then the bottom, or which sometimes is a pond and sometimes is a dry, becomes an exercise area for bicycles. And that is a concern. I've discussed this here before, that we have an opportunity to actually have a wetland there and to have the species that use ephemeral water bodies, and they're rare and a lot of them are endangered, and maybe we could create habitat there. So when you when staff suggests monitoring the area, I'm not sure that includes monitoring what's in the pond or what could be in the pond. How do we restore that pond? What kind of plants grow there in spring? They're not the same as the plants on top of the bowl. And dealing with access into the bowl, I think, is important. And it doesn't have to completely eliminate access into the pond. We've discussed this. I don't know how to do it, but you could block half of it. And then people have half, and nature has half. I mean, there's ways to do that. They do it with cattle ponds, where they create, so half becomes a place for amphibians to breed without disruption, and the other half is for the cows to mess around with and drink and walk and all that. So I would really like to see something like that happen. And I don't know if the ad hoc closes, how that moves forward. Again, I don't have a problem with this trail remaining open, but I want to see something done about the pond to increase its habitat value, even if it's only half of it. And I'm not sure it's easy, like, to block half the pond, but there are ways, I'm sure, to do that. If the ranchers can do it, maybe we can do it too. So that is my comment here, and I would like to hear it after everybody, or maybe you can respond.
Yeah, I know we've discussed this a couple of times. And from an operations point of view, trying to fence half the pond's a bit of a struggle for maintenance in the long term. And also we have to think about if we're allowing bicyclists to ride half of it, there's the inevitable if a bicyclist crashes into a fence in the pond, that's going to cause a problem. But the area is already managed as a seasonal trail closure. So that's something we can refine within the existing framework of the seasonal trail closures. So it just takes us time. We need to work with our partners, Grassroots Ecology, who's already has staff out in the field in that area, doing biological monitoring, managing both native and non-native plant species in the preserve. Work with them, develop kind of a plan for that area and see what we can come up with as far as what's a good alternative, take their lead from suggestions about how to better manage the preserve. We already do that with our noxious weeds like yellow star thistle in the area. So that's something that staff is able to handle on our own, and we'll come back to it and we can discuss it some more.
Can you add monitoring of what is in the pond? And I don't know, I mean, Grassroots Ecology may or may not have that expertise.
Yeah.
I can probably get you somebody that can do a BioBlitz up there and does have those expertise. So when there's water in the ponds, we can partner with either Grassroots Ecology or other groups that can do that. But the closure rules that you have now don't protect the pond beyond, a certain number of days or hours after the rain. And that the opportunity to create habitat there for species is not necessarily on if you only manage it for a few hours, because it's long term. You have to look at this. So do you see Grassroots Ecology providing that kind of advice? I don't know that they have that expertise. They know how to deal with weeds for sure, and restoration, yeah.
Well, we'll discuss it with them, and then we'll come with more depth. And if we do need something more, then we'll go from there. But that's going to be more of on operations level. It's like we have a policy already in place governing that area, at least for the seasonal trail closure. If we need to be more in depth with that policy, then that's something we need to start pulling stakeholders in and discuss.
What about all the multiple social trails that go into the bowl? Because once they start one and then there's more and more of them coming in.
It's kind of just the nature of that structure. being that it's a stock pond that was built 60 years ago, it's not natural to the habitat of that area. Granted, it is providing a haven for amphibians or other species right now, but it is not natural to that area.
We don't
So-
have the natural things that used to be. There are a
Yes.
lot of other things that used to be, and we did something to them.
Yeah.
So when we have something that provides, we need to take care of it
Yes.
and steward it and try to provide for those amphibians and whatever else is in there.
And I'm in
And
agreement
so-
with you. It's just, it's one of those things where we can't do half and half on. We either have to go fully on board with closing off the pond, or it's, we leave it as is because it's been operating as is for the last 20 years.
Well, that's always easy, right?
Yeah.
But you did mention in one of the trips, you mentioned the possibility of putting a fence around, maybe not all around
Yeah.
the pond, but
We could
not
do at
all
least
around the
the
bowl.
section with water in it.
Hmm?
So we could do the section with water in it, but trying to find that middle, trying to split the pond too is just not effective, not from a maintenance standpoint, not from even an ecological standpoint. Any disturbance in the water is going to be a disturbance.
Sometimes it's just the crust, the soil, the top of the soil. I mean, biologically, yes and no, there are things you can do with half the pond, but, and I don't know, people don't crash into fences in other places, but, you know, maybe, but can you at least put a fence on top of the bowl to block some of those new and ongoing proliferating social trails?
That's something we can look at. It's something we can look at as far as if it's having a big enough impact, and then also where it's, if we're just making a seasonal closure within our seasonal closure, it falls within the seasonal closure policy. So basically, instead of doing the whole bowl area as one seasonal closure, we're saying, hey, this area is separate. That's easy enough to do. That's already existing policy, is within our ability to do that.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think you told us before that you can put a fence around the top.
Yes, we can put a fence around the top, and then that's basically just, it's accomplishing the same thing as our seasonal trail closure policy. It's saying this whole area is a seasonal closure into itself, the bowl trails, because all the bowl trails get open at the same time and close at the same time. It's saying this small area of the bowl, we're going to build an extra fence around that, and that's going to stay closed longer because it's wet longer.
So let me check to see if we have any public comments.
Yeah.
And we can jump back on that. I'm sorry.
There are no public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. When we walked on the rim
Yes.
of that bowl, we walked all around on the rim. And at that time, you, I think, maybe I'm wrong, said that it's possible to put a fence, like a split rail fence or some kind of fence around part, maybe not all, but part of the rim, not inside.
Yeah.
Right. So that's not equivalent to a seasonal closure. That's putting a fence so we don't get more and more of those slides in. Some of them that exist now are pretty dangerous, I think. And, you know, I don't know how much responsibility we have for that, but people want to have fun, okay. But there is more and more of them. And at some point, I thought you said we can put a fence around the rim on top to block some of them from existing or proliferating.
I think as we discussed was if they're accessing down to the portion that has water, is at least trying to control the flow of where people are going. So that is something we can manipulate a little bit, but if we are talking about protecting a body of water that has sensitive species, then we should, by best management practice, go through and actually put a fence all the way around it. Because we can't have both. That's the thing. We either protect the species or we are allowed for recreation. That's the balance that we're trying to strike. So we can hem some of the use in certain areas, but it's not going to be effective because they can just go around the fence and then go right back down the same area. So
So we have to do a little bit more study.
Yeah, it's a little bit more research, a little bit more
Okay.
in depth, and
Okay.
it's already covered by existing policy to do the work. We just need to figure out what's the best course of action in that area.
Would you,
Mike
would you
is-
consider the implications of closing the bowl altogether?
I would say we would take a lot of heat from that if we close it all together. And I don't know if I want to deal with that political football.
Yeah. Let me move on. Commissioner Cripps, you have anything? Yeah. You. We can come back.
Part of those social trails that go down, if there's a way to block them, maybe you don't need a fence, maybe you can just put some logs on some of those social to stop the erosion of all these access points.
I agree with you in sentiment. That's the way to do it, but you also have to think about it from our, at least the ranger experience. I have, including myself, 4 full-time rangers. I'm not even supposed to work Tuesdays. And I'm here, not on my day on, at 11,
Thank you.
almost 11 o'clock.
So
So just to clarify, in general, we have 1 to 2 rangers on at any given time. Most of the time, especially in the summertime, when there's the most people out recreating in the preserves, there's 1 ranger on covering foothills and Arrastrodeiro, and that's for every 911 call and maintenance issue that happens in the preserve.
All right.
So it's a
So you
struggle
can't
for us.
enforce it, but
Yeah.
what you can potentially do is signs so people don't ride their bikes in the water.
I agree.
And I don't know if we have any other ways to educate people, but I also think we really should monitor what's in there because we don't know right now.
I think we need to research it more, and I agree with you, signage does help. I think trying to take any action on the bowl right now, trying to control it, I don't think we have enough people and resources to handle it at the moment, and we need to come back with it with a little bit more information.
So can we recommend that they get 3 more rangers?
You can do that, that would be amazing, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay. Let me move on. So I'll just make a couple of small, as being a member of the ad hoc and doing a couple of the tours out there. It was like Commissioner Greenfield said, it was educational, learned a lot, and got to see things that we didn't expect to see. So there are, legitimate concerns and commitments, from the comments made by the public. So it was great that we did ask for public comments, and I think so I guess we're talking about concluding this ad hoc, although it sounds like from your thoughts that maybe we need to go on, but
I would suggest that you can have a liaison role moving forward and continue to track this.
Yes,
You don't need an ad hoc for this.
that's what that was my, so again, I think we put a lot of work and a lot of energy in this ongoing discussion. So it to me, it does move into maybe into the realm of being a liaison and actually concluding the work that the ad hoc has done on this for the last couple of years. So
We need to assign a liaison or just continue?
well, we're going to be doing that anyway at the next meeting, because we're swearing in new commissioners and changing up some of the liaison roles and ad hoc. So we can do it at that time. Okay. Okay.
Please continue, please.
Yeah. But again, I just want to thank staff and especially the rangers for the work that they've done on this, and it's an ongoing process. So I fully support the staff's recommendation to, looking forward to seeing these as the next steps as we move forward. So
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, I think we're,
Do you need any action from us on this, or?
no, I've captured it.
Okay, very good. All right, what's left? Move to I say. Oh, we got that. I forgot about that. Green Land Comprehensive Conservation. Okay.
All right, well, good evening, Commissioners. Ben Heistein, Assistant Director of Open Space Parks and Golf. Have the honor of presenting the last item tonight to give a very brief project update on the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan, or BCCP for short, as we'll refer to it during the presentation. Next slide, please. So given that the last time the draft plan was reviewed by the Parks and Rec Commission was May 2022, the purpose of tonight's update is to restart the discussion on the project and determine next steps. After providing a condensed overview of the plan and the planning process to date, I'll turn it over to the ad hoc committee first prior to general discussion. Next slide, please. But what is the BCCP? The Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan is to articulate guiding principles for holistic management of the Palo Alto Baylands for the next 15 years and beyond. Implementation of the plan will provide continued opportunities for recreation access, education, and art while protecting natural resources such as wildlife habitat. The BCCP also addresses trends such as climate change and sea level rise, with the inclusion of an assessment of potential future impacts combined with potential adaptation strategies. The plan also includes conceptual site plans for the former ITT radio communications property that adjoins Emily Renzel wetlands, and a design plan for improvements at Bixby Park. Next slide. Planning process to date. So work on the BCCP began in 2017 and builds on the 2008 Baylands Master Plan. It was designed to be consistent with the guiding policies both in Palo Alto's comprehensive plan and the Palo Alto Parks, Trails, Natural Open Space and Recreation Master Plan. Community engagement began early on in the process, was very robust. A stakeholder advisory group that consisted of city staff from multiple departments. It also included representatives in that advisory group, it included representatives from Save the Bay, Grassroots Ecology, environmental volunteers, the Santa Clara Audubon Society, as it was then called, currently the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, along with members of the Parks and Recreation Commission Ad Hoc Committee, and it also included other interested individuals from some government agencies. A project website was published and 5 stakeholder group public meetings were held over the course of over a year, in addition to the advertisement of general public meetings and the Baylands user survey. Out of this community engagement process was born each major element of the draft plan, including draft concept designs for the former ITT property and Bixby Park. The Parks and Recreation Commission expressed support for the draft design plan for Bixby in 2018 and 2019. There's a kind of a more detailed timeline in the staff report. In 2019, they expressed support for the draft plan itself. However, following challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic, the project was put on hold and was not brought back to the commission until May of 2022. At this time, staff also began preliminary work on the CEQA document. Next slide. At that 2022 meeting, given that so much time had elapsed, and the commission had significant feedback, related to a number of things, such as the following: planned lifespan and changes in existing conditions since the last version of the plan was discussed. Another thing was overall goals of the plan and kind of the level of prioritization, the emphasis on the themes. Since the plan is very all-encompassing, built on the Balin's 2008 plan, it included operations and management themes, public access, environmental education, natural resources, and public art aspects. Some of the stakeholder feedback was also related to questions about actionability of various aspects of the plan in context of existing and future findings, and strategies related to staffing, monitoring, and funding to enhance plan implementation. More can be found in kind of reviewing the 2022 commission minutes and kind of what was discussed, but that's the synopsis of the feedback at that meeting. So this was also at a time in 2022 that the city completed a sea level vulnerability assessment, and that resulted in some new implications for the BCCP, though it did include a very robust chapter on sea level rise adaptation and management. Some internal city comments, indicate that there should be some updates to make that section more robust. So in order to give more time to secure funding, to incorporate new feedback and finalize CEQA, the BCCP was again put on hold. Next slide. So next steps. For this budget year, an additional $25,000 was added to the project budget, bringing the current budget to $68,000. At this time, staff is just recommending that the Parks and Recreation Commission discuss the project and provide feedback on next steps for the BCCP. Staff's goal, pending commission feedback, is to re-engage the consultant ACOM to revise the plan, bring it back to the PRC for review, complete CEQA, and ultimately obtain city council adoption by the winter of 2027. So, prior to general discussion, we talked about this being kind of a joint presentation. So I'd like to turn it over to members of the ad hoc committee, Commissioner Kleinhaus, Commissioner Greenfield, for further comments prior to that. And then we also have some staff here, including Director O'Kane, who can help answer questions.
Thank you. Appreciate staff's summary on this and work on this. This is a difficult one. We're talking about reviving a project that was worked on a long time ago by nobody who sits in this room today. And it's difficult given the timeline and delays. It was intended to be a 15-year plan. We're over halfway through the plan now. That in itself speaks to how there's obviously some obsolete information in the plan. And unsurprisingly, the landscape has changed significantly in this time, as Ben has alluded to in some of the cases. The document's been out of circulation for years. The plan includes a lot of good work, but it's languished for a long time, and major sections either need a significant overhaul, they need to be reevaluated. The sea level rise section is basically superseded by other documents, and need to sort out how to make that mesh. The ad hoc has spent dozens of hours pouring through the document, and a draft document has been put together with a lot of significant comments ranging all over the place from simple inconsistencies in nomenclature and references, cleanups and syntax and punctuation, to highlighting specific areas that are no longer applicable. There's a major section focused on Bixby Park planning and implementation, which is basically over and done. The golf course has evolved significantly. The horizontal levee plan has progressed. There's been advancements to the advanced water quality plants in the vicinity, and to say nothing of the major changes of sea level rise. So it's difficult to, it's been difficult to get our arms around this and come up with a plan and how to proceed. And there's also been some differences in opinion between staff and the ad hoc in terms of what the general focus and prioritization and level of prioritization for environmental stewardship and preservation should be relative to infrastructure management and the like. In my early years on the commission, we were looking to wrap up the BCCP and move on to the FCP, or the Foothills Comprehensive Conservation Plan, or it would be the FNCCP now, anyway. And then a comprehensive conservation plan for Pearson Rastadero Preserve as well. Obviously, all of this is backed up at this point. Given where we are in the current timelines, I think it's appropriate to take a step back and evaluate and ask questions of our environmental stakeholders and city council. What are we trying to accomplish here? What are today's top priorities regarding environmental stewardship of our open space preserves? If we're starting today, would the focus be a Baylands comprehensive conservation plan, or what's personally, I think it's important to have the CCPs for our open space preserves, but what's the priority between Baylands, Foothills Nature Preserve, and Pearson Rastadero? Which nature preserve presents the clearest path with the fewest obstacles and the least ambiguity towards developing a comprehensive conservation plan that can be productive? What staffing and infrastructure resources may be needed to properly implement a CCP? For example, what type of best practice monitoring capabilities would we need? There's concern that with the plan now, with significant flaws, ambiguities, and obsolete data, that even with moderate to significant expense, can we release, or is this the best decision to release what would be probably at best a mediocre comprehensive conservation plan? I think these are important questions to ask. And a consideration should be to work to tie off the work in progress as quickly as possible, release it as a historical report with minimal additional expense, potentially using this as background for a future comprehensive conservation plan. These are questions I think need to be asked. I'll turn it over to Shani.
Thank you. What did Winter say? Extraordinary? There we go. Thank you for the summary. I think we spent so much time on trying to figure out how to bring the BCCP to something that is actually up to date. And I would say that for most of it, I'm not sure it's possible. And the conflicts within the plan were visible from the start, and they did not disappear. But what happened since 2017, when this effort started, is that everything changed. Sea level rise predictions changed, regulation changed. What the city is committed to do by state laws is now different than what it was. There's new endangered species in the Baylands. So much has changed. And so taking a step back and thinking, is this the right thing to do now? Or, and I'm not even talking about the infrastructure, anything from Project Homekey to the Emily Renzel Baylands to the new flood tide gate to the water pollution control plan to the golf course, which, and there were so many omissions, even in the golf course, there is actually a jurisdictional wetland on the 10.5 acres that were discussed earlier, and it's not even mentioned. You know, it's like, oh yeah, there's omissions, there are things that are obsolete, there are things that need to be, creating a clear picture of what is happening there now is difficult. And above all is the issue of sea level rise. I was there last year when there was king tide, and the rangers had to tell people to leave because everything got flooded in the parking. Not that I think that a little bit of water is scary, but we were asked to leave because of the tide coming in. There is now the regional framework of the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission. They have regional shoreline adaptation plan. Every city needs to prepare their own adaptation plan. The adaptation plans have both how to protect the community, but also have aspects of how to protect the wildlife and the natural resources. So taking a step back, I do think is necessary, and figuring out whether this can be a report or framed in a way that's not a plan. Because as a plan, there are some sections of it that are still potentially useful, like the ITT maybe, but a lot of it is no longer, like it would take so much work to have a new plan. And I was looking at what some of the other neighboring cities are doing, and I was thinking, you know, $68,000, we can potentially do something like what Mountain View has done for their shoreline park. They have a shoreline wildlife management plan. This plan really looks at conservation from how conservation is done, which I have to say this is missing in this plan, in the BCCP, which is you want to see, if you want to do conservation, you need adaptive management. You need to manage your resources. You need to see how they're doing in order to manage them. So you need a monitoring plan. You need to know what's happening. And the plan as is, the BCCP that we have, does not include an adaptive management plan. So we have really good signage, like how do you put a sign in the Baylands, really good instructions, and really good instructions on how to do an art overlay, but not a lot of detail other than, you know, we'll do weeding, which is important, but not a lot of the conservation monitoring that is needed. And what Mountain View has done in their wildlife management plan is they picked up several umbrella species. What an umbrella species is a species that represent a certain habitat. And so if you look at the habitat they use, if you maintain that habitat and that species is doing okay, then all the other critters that live in that habitat are probably doing okay. And they picked up the California ridgeway rail for their wetlands and black skimmers because they nest on their island and they're a beautiful bird, and we get them to, we don't get them nesting here, but it's okay. White-tailed kite, common yellow throat, which is a species that we do have along the bay, and the monarch butterfly, and then they have a plan for the boring owls. And so we're using all these species and then monitoring and providing them with habitat. So they're planting for the monarchs, and they're doing artificial burrows for the boring owls, and they're improving the nesting sites for the black skimmers. They're actually doing conservation actions, and we don't have it in the BCCP, and that was always one of the problems with the BCCP. So when I look at it, I think, okay, there's $68,000. Can we get a good wildlife enhancement plan modeled after what Mountain View did? We don't have maps of, the BCCP talks about wildlife connectivity, but we don't know where that is because we don't have the information to know where do the foxes go. I mean, we kind of know, but it's not mapped. So I think what I'm looking for is a couple of different things. One is we really need to work on the sea level rise plan. And that, the Public Works is working on it already. The deadline for cities to have a plan is 2036. It's actually closer than it looks when we look at like how long this BCCP is taking. And we could put more effort into working on the ecological part of the commitments that we have to create a sea level rise plan. The other things that we can look at is developing a wildlife management plan that's going to see how do we enhance the habitat. So far, we see a lot of development in the Baylands, and some really great stuff like the horizontal levee, and there's some other things that are really good to see, and I'd love to see how that's working out. But I would take a step back from trying to update this particular document, see what are the most critical things in this document. One of them is wildlife conservation, in my opinion, which is really weak in this document, and then how do we get there? And our assignment was to help bring this document to today. And I'm not sure that has a lot of value at this point, as is.
Any public comments?
So there are 3 speakers for public comments. Let's see. Our first speaker is Doug P.
My name is Doug Peterson, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the commission. I spoke on September 23rd about the need to repair or replace the broken sluice gate that is failing to protect muted tidal flows to the Palo Alto flood basin. I'm here tonight to reiterate that same message. The living creatures that inhabit the flood basin depend upon these tidal flows for their prosperity, and the Bayland Comprehensive Conservation Plan draft speaks clearly about Palo Alto's commitment to maintain the sluice gate. The Palo Alto flood basin measures over 600 acres and represents a significant portion of the marshland governed by the Palo Alto Baylands Master Plan. This guiding document from 2008 shapes the content of the BCCP draft and includes numerous environmental quality policies, one of which states explicitly that we must keep marshes open to the bay along the entire coastline. A tide gate structure with an inoperable sluice gate violates this policy, isolating the marsh within the flood basin from the saline waters of the bay. The basin's ecosystem has adapted to the regular influx of saline water and will not flourish without it. Section 2.1.2 of the BCCP draft accurately describes the ecosystem within the flood basin under the heading muted tidal marsh and explains how the tide gate structure delivers flood protection while also allowing muted tidal flows. Section 2.2.3 includes a description of the tide gate that reads as follows. The tide gate, located at the end of Mayfield Slough, includes a two-way gate that allows bay water to flood into the flood control basin under controlled condition. It goes on to say that Bayland Rangers are responsible for managing habitat within the basin by operating this two-way gate properly. It has been suggested that freshwater inflows from the Emily Renzel ponds might provide an equivalent environmental benefit, and I respectfully disagree. Both the letter and the spirit of the BCCP draft articulates a fundamental obligation to protect the wildlife that resides along our shoreline, and the Palo Alto community has demonstrated an ironclad commitment to environmental stewardship for decades. I urge the Commission to act in solidarity with this commendable tradition by addressing the inadequacy of the broken sluice gate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ronnie F. via Zoom.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ronnie Fisher, and I am the Chair of the Environmental Action Committee for the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance. The BCCP is outdated. The environmental, scientific, and regulatory landscape has changed dramatically since it was created in 2017. We now have faster sea level rise, evolving restoration science, and shifts in how wildlife use these habitats. At this point, putting more money into an outdated plan doesn't make sense. The staff report shows another $68,000 is budgeted for 2026, and CEQA wouldn't wrap up until the winter of 2027, meaning this plan would be nearly a decade old before adoption. Regional guidance from the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission's 2024 Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan is already here. It lays out bay-wide strategies for resilience, sediment management, and habitat migration that go far beyond what the BCCP envisioned. This is the advice we should heed in our current times. Please recommend that Council accept the BCCP as a report and direct remaining funds towards developing a wildlife enhancement and resilience plan modeled on Mountain View's Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan, while aligning with the biological components of the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan. Palo Alto should invest in forward-looking, science-based habitat planning that helps our birds and wildlife. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dashiell L.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'm going to be echoing a lot of the comments made tonight by Ronnie and by the commissioners. This plan was started nearly a decade ago. Since then, the Baylands have faced new challenges, including accelerated sea level rise projections, various projects in the Baylands, changes in wildlife use patterns, and more. So the conditions, data, and assumptions of this plan are now outdated. As has been mentioned earlier, continuing to invest in this obsolete planning document could be throwing good money after bad. This plan would be nearly 10 years old before it's even adopted, which is well into its 15-year projected applicability and way past its shelf life as a relevant management tool. The San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission's Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan provides comprehensive bay-wide strategies for resilience, sediment management, and habitat migration. So instead of trying to revive the outdated plan, let's accept the BCCP draft as a report, documenting the past community engagement as baseline conditions, and pivot to creating a wildlife enhancement and resilience plan, which we can model on Mountain View's Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan, and start working towards the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan biological elements. So let's stop spending our limited funds on a plan that no longer reflects today's needs and conditions, and redirect these resources towards practical, science-based wildlife and habitat management actions that can benefit the Baylands. Thank you for your time and consideration.
There are no additional public commenters.
Thank you. And thank you to the speakers for your comments. Commissioner Cripps.
Well, just a few comments. First of all, I appreciate the public's comments, and I appreciate the ad hoc committee comments too. It seems like we have been doing this a long time, and we lost some space, I think, and time during COVID. I'm glad to see it coming back, but I'm really glad that Commissioner Kleinhaus asked the question, what are we doing with it? And what's the goal for it for the future? So I'm wondering just a couple of things. Is this something that has to be done by 2027? Or is there a way to make these recommendations and then just move forward? If we just make the recommendations and move forward, what's the plan to do that?
As Commissioner Greenfield said, we had tremendous number of comments on this document. And often, and the comments were really comprehensive, and anything from actual goals that seemed like they were a little not protective of the natural environment as much as we were hoping they would be, to typos. I mean, all standing all in between. And when we, and in discussions with staff, we were told that the plan belongs to the consultant. And so we can just add comments about what needs to be updated, but we cannot actually make any changes to the plan. And so at that point, it was like, okay, we have this dozens and dozens and dozens of comments that are going to the consultant. And it's not clear that at the end, we'll get a better product than this one, given all the different changes, especially with sea level rise. I mean, the chapter that was there was actually good, but it's based on information from 2017. And there is a lot that has changed since then. And given that the plan belongs to the consultant, then I guess the process would be, if we say, yes, okay, you know, take all our comments, give it to the consultant, see what comes back, is that they will create a new, you know, update the plan, which is going to be very difficult and probably need more money, but maybe not, I don't know. And then it will go to city council and we'll have to say, wait a minute, there is no adaptive management in this plan. The basis of conservation is not in there. And so, yeah, there's things you can do. You can, you know, partner with grassroots ecology to remove invasive species. I think they're doing a fabulous job at our Astrodero. I'm not sure that's what we need for the Baylands. And so are we going to just go in circles here with another plan that to improve it, it has to go to city council to do, because otherwise the consultants owns the plan. And that's a very difficult thing, given that we had so many difficulties with that plan as is. I don't know if I said it correctly, maybe Jeff, you.
No, I think what you're saying is applicable. I guess we should share our comments with the commission. We shouldn't be working in a vacuum with this. So we should share that document with the commission.
Be happy to. I don't know. It's up to.
But backing up just a little bit, I think Commissioner Cribbs asked a significant question in terms of what are our obligations, and that's, I think that's a question addressed to staff, and I'd be interested in hearing from staff.
The 2027 date is referenced in our capital improvement plan that goes along with the project. So this project has been pushed, obviously, a couple times now. So I think what we really want to do tonight is kind of receive the commission's feedback and kind of regroup as staff and kind of, you know, use PRC feedback to guide the next step we take forward on this project. I do want to point out, just to highlight that the plan was built off of the 2008 Valence Master Plan, which is all encompassing, right? It includes management of natural resources. It includes enhancing passive recreation and access to the Baylands. It covers interpretive signage programs, environmental education programs, public art, operations and management of the Baylands. So that's why the BCCP is so all-encompassing to cover so much territory based off the 2008 master plan. It includes design plans, so it includes quite a bit of different subject matters, and there may be opportunity to strengthen different aspects of the plan. Obviously prior to my tenure at the city, it went through a very robust stakeholder engagement process. Through that process, the 5 key themes, the priorities of the plan were generated, amongst a lot of the groups that we still continue to work with to this day, including a couple of the ad hoc committee members here. So there's some continuity in terms of the stakeholders involved in the creation of this plan, though much time has elapsed, and there are updates that need to be made as far as reflecting statuses of projects that have now been started or completed, or modifications to align better with the vulnerability assessment. But an argument could be made that the nuts and bolts are there, and there are opportunities to update and strengthen aspects of the plan without sort of abandoning it or veering towards a whole new direction. So those are just, I wanted to just bring that out just in terms of helping to provide some more context on the process that led us up to this point.
So what I heard Commissioner Kleinhaus say was about a wildlife management plan specifically, right?
I would like to see a wildlife management plan. I think when we first advocated for the comprehensive conservation plan, I was there, Darren was there were a few other people, and we advocated for it, assuming that it was really going to focus on taking care of wildlife and the birds and all the natural ecosystems. It turned out to be different. And between the master plan of 2008 and this plan, which is built upon the 2008 plan, but does not incorporate it and does not repeat a lot of the things like even mitigations or some of the maps. I mean, it seemed like it was changing the direction to be a lot more conciliatory and balance a lot of things. Now, balancing is okay, and needed, but it missed the conservation element that would be really, and it can be expensive to do it right, but if we don't have a good monitoring system, then we don't know what's going on, and we don't know what we need to do to enhance habitat. And enhancing habitat is not only weeding, that's part of it, yes, but it's not the only thing. And partnering with community groups like Grassroots Ecology and others to manage the baylands for us. When there's so many sensitive species and issues like what Mr. Peterson brought up that now we're studying, and last time I think we said, oh, it looks okay. Looks is not enough. We don't, it's an intricate ecological system that is facing tremendous pressure from people and from sea level rise. So I do think that we need to have a plan for the wildlife. And we may need this first and a wildlife plan later. That is possible. But we can't only have this BCCP because it's deficient. And it changes. I understand that this came through a lot of public comments, but I was in the room for many of them. And the vast majority of the people kept saying, we really, really want to take care of our wildlife in the Baylands and the natural ecosystems. And at the end, these were things that are there. They're not there, but they're not the most important. And meanwhile, there's a lot of projects moving forward, and some of them are taking wetlands and still seem to be moving forward. And it's just really difficult to work on a plan for so long. And Jeff and I and staff spend hours and hours and days on this. I think this was one of the projects I worked on beyond what is reasonable for an ad hoc, but, or for, as a commissioner, but it was really important. There's not a lot of places along the bay that still have the baylands that we do. Most places turned them into salt pond, and now they're putting a lot of money and effort into restoring them. We don't qualify for this money because we didn't destroy the wetlands in the first place. So we can't go to the salt pond restoration project and say, hey, take care of us too. But we need to take care of our baylands. We really, really do. And we need to focus on those species that are disappearing. We're living in the middle of an extreme extinction event. And shorebirds are among the most vulnerable. The burrowing owls that a few years ago were still not listed as endangered are now candidates for a listing as endangered. There's a bumblebee in the baylands that is now a candidate for listing as endangered. And it's not because they weren't there before, they're disappearing. Burrowing owls are disappearing statewide. And in the past, we did some things for them. We had some volunteers build, construct these areas for them, these artificial burrows. But then, the same consultants that did this, I think, but I'm not sure, said, oh, we can't put any fences in the baylands. And we allow dogs, and you can't have burrowing owls in areas that allow dogs if there's no fences. They won't nest. They will be there occasionally, and we see them as migratory birds. But you have to invest in them if you want them to nest. And there's nothing in this plan to promote that. The money is there. There are groups that will do it for us if we gave them the space. So I know, I leaked into things that I wasn't, sorry.
Yeah, yep. Okay. So I don't know if staff have any additional comments, but what more can we, I guess, where do we go from here?
Yeah, we'll go back and discuss what logical next steps would be. And I think that I'm hearing, on one end, strengthening the wildlife management, or adding a wildlife management, appendix or section, or maybe a recommendation to do a wildlife management plan as a next step, because the plan does reference many areas where specific projects need to be developed to implement certain objectives of the plan. And that could be one improvement to, and this could be a small revision right now to the natural resource management section, possibly, is to include a recommendation to build a wildlife management plan.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit of like, planning the plan, but.
So let me ask, so the fact that this has evolved over several years, how are we planning, I guess, do we need to re-engage the community?
I think we need to discuss kind of what level of community engagement we want to consider in terms of updating it. The last community engagement meeting was back in 2018, because following that, there were stakeholder advisory group meetings that kind of looked at the various sections of the plan that were developed prior to bringing it to the PRC. And at that time, there was support in 2019, support for the plan, and then COVID hit. So a lot of this depends too on budget. I think what we were envisioning is as an option, given the limited budget, is to identify the priorities for revising the plan and obtain a quote, to re-engage the consultant, and find out a little bit more on like what it would cost. Can we afford to do everything, or what can we afford to do, and cater our action plan to the available budget, right?
Yeah. So it sounds like we still have a lot of work to do as far as the ad hoc working on that, so.
And it's not ad hoc, it's liaisons. At this point, it used to be an ad hoc, we were downgraded.
Okay.
But I think a clear message from the ad hoc is, in simple terms, to evaluate the punt option. Is this a viable option? What are the considerations? What are the obligations? I don't believe that the fact there's CIP funding allocated means that we're obligated to go down that path. So I think it's something that we'd like staff to spend some time evaluating and researching.
Yeah, Chris, you have something to say?
Well, I just wanted to first acknowledge all of the work that Commissioners Greenfield and Kleinhaus have dedicated to working on this. I think it was probably I don't know the right, it probably was too much of an ask for the ad hoc. And so I acknowledge that. We need to discuss, we've heard these comments, a lot of these comments from you before, and I think we just need to go back and discuss and put a plan together to move forward. The intent was not to do a wildlife management plan. So is that something we might do in the future? I'm not sure, but that was not the intent. As far as if you look at the write-up in the CIP, that's not the description of just doing a wildlife management plan. So we just need to have a conversation among ourselves on what we do at this point moving forward. We've heard your comments. We understand your comments, so we just need to discuss among ourselves.
Chair, could I ask, is the group that I remember that the stakeholders for this particular group, is that still together, or is there a way to access it, to bring them back for? No?
No, I was going to say, I'm sure most of those people are still around and we could connect
because it
them
seems
or
like there's
someone
really
else.
nice parts of about this big study, and then it took a hiatus for a lot of different reasons. And so if there's a way to pull the good out of it and then move on with thinking about the future and how we're going to take care of the Baylands, I mean, that sounds really simple, and I know it's not. There's a lot of conflicting things, but that maybe could work. And then the thing that I remember most about the stakeholders, that there were some kids from the high school as part of it, and we thought that was so important. Am I wrong, maybe? I do remember, and we were talking about how the kids were the future and they really needed to be involved so that they could think about what they wanted the Baylands to be, so.
Yeah, so it sounds like the residents have been, very invested in this, in the Baylands, and probably would be great to hear from them now and sort of reconnect, so I think, okay. Anything else?
A comprehensive conservation plan without wildlife conservation is not a conservation plan. And I think that was always a problem. And I understand that you don't have it in the description of the CIP, but that's what is needed. And I'm a little worried that the money for this plan will be spent on updating minor things like, oh, they forgot to include the Palo Alto Municipal Court in the descriptions. Yes, they did, but is that really what we want to spend money on now? Or do we want to have a plan to save the wildlife of the Baylands? And I think if you ask the population about like Palo Alto and you did a survey or a stakeholder, not just stakeholders, just community meetings, you'll hear what you heard last time. We want the nature. We want all these animals to survive and move into a future where we enjoy them and they survive. Okay. And every time, including Palo Alto, when a city did a parks master plan and surveyed people, what is important? Nature comes on top. Nature comes on top before anything else. Did in Palo Alto, did in Cupertino, did in San Jose, everywhere, Mountain View. That's what people want. They want to know that we're not leaving all these critters behind us. So when you think about what is the next step, some of this may be obsolete, but maybe it can be under, okay, that was the picture in 2017. We're now dealing with some major issues, and these are the next steps. And then put the money into the next steps instead of, did they or did not include something in this version.
Okay. But it sounds like you now have enough information to go back and sort of regroup on this. So, okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I think we got enough information. So I think the ad hoc committee or liaison rather, and the commission for weighing in.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. We'll move on to the last item, which is announcements of future meetings and agendas. So,
Oh, I think it's ad hoc committees and liaison updates. Oh, I know. We're almost there.
yeah. Any ad hoc reports? No.
My ad hoc committees and liaison roles have pretty much been agendized this evening.
Yeah,
So I don't have
yeah.
anything additional
Yeah,
to report.
Yeah. I think the only one we have, Commissioner Cribbs, you can correct me here as well. The racket courts policy update rackets, and that we're still gathering data and doing some further analysis on it. And hopefully could expect to have that on the agenda again sometime in the first quarter. So.
Sorry, I totally missed that because
That's okay. I was talking about our racket policy and the fact that we're still collecting information on that, so. There's nothing.
You finished that part?
I finished, yeah.
Okay. So is there a minute to talk about the whole racket court as we, okay. So you talked about what's going to happen and then the.
I haven't, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, I don't really think we need to read this whole thing. So I would just say that Adam is working on staff is working on some surveys. He's working on the tennis court policy with the leagues, and all of that's going to come back around in January or February. And there will also include the discussion about the pickleball courts and the tennis courts. And I'd like to take just a minute opportunity to say that I, in spite of what people may think, really support both tennis and pickleball as important sports, important racquetball sports, important sports for mental health and for physical well-being and for our community. And I believe we have a very strong tennis community and a very strong pickleball community. Having said that, when I look at the number of courts and the location of the courts in Palo Alto, I think that the survey that Adam is going to do with the staff is going to really show us the way the tennis courts are distributed and the potential for the pickleball courts to be distributed. And I'd just like to go on record as saying that if it were for by decision, I would turn in courts 3 and 4 at Mitchell Park into either mixed use courts or full on pickleball courts. And hope that, not just hope, but really be able to show that we have enough tennis courts and enough pickleball courts. If we can all work together, have a community and a committee that can discuss what to do, and make sure that we work hard to extend the use of the courts, all the courts, either by lights or by bathrooms at Pally or by access or something. So I know it's a complicated situation, and I know that people in this community are very passionate about both sports, as they should be. So thanks for letting me say that. And then I am also the liaison for the skate park, and that's what I was trying to get on my phone. Let me see if I can do it here.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Okay. So this is from Sam and Sarah. I'll give you a copy of this. Sam is writing from Boulder, Colorado at school. I want to express my gratitude to the Park and Recreation Commission, the City Council, and the many community members who have supported the vision for a new and improved Greer Skate Park. Over the past few years, we've seen incredible enthusiasm from local skaters, families, residents who share a belief in the value of accessible outdoor recreation for youth. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, we were unable to generate the level of community fundraising needed to move the project forward at this time. As a result, I'm stepping back from leading the initiative, and the project will not be proceeding in its current form. That said, I truly believe that the passion for this idea remains strong. The conversations, community energy, and partnership built through this process have laid a meaningful foundation for the for the future. There is currently $87,000 worth of pledged donations. My hope is that in time, another group of leaders or advocates will be able to build on this momentum and bring a new skate park to life for Palo Alto. Thank you for all your continued support and for recognizing the importance of recreation spaces that inspire creativity, inclusion, and connection. And Sarah, thank you too for going back and looking at all the past reports and records and jumping into that when you were actually brand new in your role. So I know that Sam appreciates that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chair.
Cribbs.
Thank you, Commissioner Cribbs. Perhaps that communication will be shared as correspondence to the full commission.
Actually, I said to Sarah before I started that I would send it to her and she can send it around, because I wanted you to all to have that. He's very appreciative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next item. Announcements.
Did you want me to read out some of the preview for next?
At least for November, yeah.
Okay, so for November, we have vote for chair, vice chair, ad hoc, and liaison roles. There's a park improvement ordinance that for 2100 Gang Road, which is a discussion item, First Tee long-term agreement, and open space annual report.
And the meeting in December.
Oh, I will note the meeting in December, based on the poll, would be a special meeting held December 16th. We have a follow-up for the park improvement ordinance for the 2100 Gang Road, which would be an action item. And then some standard December meetings, which is aquatics annual report, capital improvement project update, and community garden updates. So we still have a very robust docket to get through. We'll see what we can, how everything shakes out.
Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you. And thanks staff for hanging in there with us.